Hello everybody, my name is K-Sawk, and what you're going to be watching here is a cut down version of my 24-hour stream. Now, YouTube doesn't save streams that are over 12 hours long or are over 256 gigabytes, which unfortunately my 24-hour stream broke both of those rules. So now I have to take the recap that I was able to record that was on my computer and upload that separately in different chunks. So please like and subscribe, and I hope to see you again sometime soon. Thanks everybody. Bye. Hello everybody. Welcome back to Endwalker. Let's see how this turns out, cuz I still heard that there's some troubles with the with connecting to servers and whatnot. So connecting to data center. Come on. Come on, buddy. It's gonna do this. Oh boy. Okay. Yeah. Is it just gonna shut the whole game? Oh my god, it actually does just shut down the whole game. Okay. Let me just get my token app ready. Should do a 24-hour stream tomorrow. I'm really considering it. I really want to do a 24-hour stream at some point. I just need to find a time to just get properly rested. Or just be not tired at the end of the day. Come on. Oh, there we go. Unable to collect character data again. Oh, 2046. All right. Oh boy. This Oh, okay. Okay. This is nuts. Still 2046. Okay. We can wait. We can be patient. We waited this long for Endwalker. I can wait through a queue. I can do this. It's called downing a big bottle of red line. Alright. That's true. Come on, I need to see that number go down. Come on, number, go down, please. No, I can't be patient. I have to leave for work in less than an hour. Hey, number went down! Alright, we're making progress. We are making progress. That is all that I can ask for. That's all I can demand. It's going down. We're going down, down in an early round. And sugar, we're going down singing. Oh, people are really slow on logging out. I mean, I would be too, understandably. Oh boy. Okay, this number's still not going down. Christ. Oh boy, okay. Still making progress, regardless how little. I'm just waiting for that big number drop, just huge number drop. Okay, pretty good drop. Slowly but surely we'll get there. Oh boy, I should probably start streams after these queues go through. Like, this isn't... So you can wait on a queue of one again? Possibly. At least they make the waiting music really nice. This shit's good. It hits the spot. What possibly could you review while you wait? I'm not sure. I'd be really scared of spoilers if I go to anything Final Fantasy XIV related, for one. So I'm not sure if that's the best idea. What else? I don't know. Something that won't fuck up copyright. Good question. God, that's difficult. That's hard. Do you have any suggestions? Just DM me a link if you want me to review something. You have my DMs, Dick. You can do that. What if I were to cancel? Still same in the queue. Alright. Okay. So we're not seeing very sudden drops in player numbers as we were seeing yesterday, which is kind of detrimental. This is the Endwalker experience. I'm actually kind of glad that we catch this on camera, because this is the Endwalker experience, just waiting in queue indefinitely until we get on. Oh my god. Fucking stupid. Oh, okay. I guess that's kind of mean to call it stupid. It's the devs worked hard. I apologize. It's not their fault Q is ridiculous. Sent? Talk about these weapons and which ones you definitely use. This site will give you what they look like. Oh, the resistance weapons quests. Yeah, no, I definitely use these. So the relic weapons for Shadowbringers is what I'm currently using. It's the step below where it becomes nice and glowy and really cool. Or the one where it looks really unique. But, let's see if I can... Blade's Muse patch? Blade's Muse. There we go. Alright, so... let's see, where would be the best way to do this? Add a source. Browser source. Add source. Add source. No, wait, hold on, cancel. No, that's not the right one. Excuse me. Still figuring out the intricacies of OBS. Window capture? That would probably be the best one. Add source. There we go. So... Oh, shit. Oh, no, hold on! What the fuck? What happened here? God damn it. Start with the relic weapons, which is ARR, and work your way through. I mean, I would if I can get into the fucking game. Alright, gotta log back in again. Third time's the charm, right? That's what they say. Third time's the charm. We can fucking do this, please. Connecting to data center. Okay. First step's done. We're leaving right where we left off in player queue. Okay. Oh, it dropped. It dropped pretty significantly. We out here. waiting. And maybe this is a good reason as to why I should do a 24-hour stream. Third time's the charm, if only. Just gotta wait it through. We just gotta get through this. There's no easy way around this, is there? It's just like, you just wait and you keep waiting. The Final Fantasy XIV experience, everyone. Welcome to the fucking game. What sucks is that I can't fully be upset about it. Like, I know that a lot of other people are wanting to play this as well. And at least, like, Square Enix isn't giving, like, free passes or, like, easy way outs for like, content creators or anything. Like, it's like, oh, we detect that you're streaming, so we're gonna give you, like, an easy pass through the queue. It's like, no, that's not what's happening. They're making everyone wait for an equal shot. Like, that's pretty cool in my book. And we still will get to make it into the game. Like, we just have to wait a little bit. No biggie. Getting better. We're getting hotter here. Okay. I think it's time to just sit and meditate or something. I don't know, like some kind of Zen kumbaya shit. Like, just relax. I'm finding it very hard to, but I feel like that'll be something that's necessary. We're about to break under 1,000 anytime now. And to think FF14 is only just starting to get big. Imagine what the queue time will be like in 2 years. Honestly, I feel like in 2 years, they're already going to like start expanding their the number of servers that they have. It's just that it came at an inopportune time this time around, so they aren't able to like keep up with it. I feel like as it goes along, they're going to steadily add more and more servers to alleviate this kind of problem. I mean, they were supposed to we're under 1,000 now, but they are bringing in an Oceania, like the Australian area. They're making their own servers for the Australian area, so that'll probably help bring down overall like this kind of stuff. At least I'm hoping that it will. $888. We're getting closer. I'm gonna start logging out in rooms. That'll be useful, probably. Oh shit! I gotta set the aetheryte. Let's see, what aetheryte was it? Right now we're doing stuff in what's it called? Thavnair. So I should probably set a Thavnarian aetheryte as my home aetheryte, so that way I don't get teleported off to bumfuck nowhere. Well, to Norvrend. I can't believe I just called Norvrend bumfuck nowhere. That is like the place to be in the first. What servers are the Aussies using then? Probably the UK ones. The European or the Asian ones. Because those are the closest. At least that would make sense to me. If your queue gets to be 666, get the fuck out. I hope not. Actually, no. That'll be cool as fuck. I'll definitely screen cap that shit. Come on. I want to be upset, but I can't be. This is the natural way of things. I am suffering as everyone else who plays this game suffers, and that's okay. That is A-okay. Well, I guess it's just time to kick back and relax, I guess. This shit's gonna end me. Ugh. I mean, we're over halfway done with where we began, because where we began was 2046. So I don't think you guys realize this is better. At least you can get in eventually. Way back in Stormblood, shit was so bad the servers crashed just before the first Xenos fight. Really? It was that bad back then? Okay, no, I'm grateful for this then. This is good. This is okay. This is just fine. I don't want servers crashing right before a big fight. This is why this is I'm humbled. I've been humbled. Ah, fuck. Fuck that. No progress for days. Oh no. Okay, alright, let's get back into... And I can't just, like, open up Twitter, because I'm scared of spoilers. Like, I would just open up Twitter and chill out, but, like, social media could be a possible mine of just artists and stuff and other things. Fourth time's the charm. Hey, smaller Q. What do you know? Also, PSA from your pal Hal. Someone has put all the dungeons and the ending on YouTube. Be cautious. Alright. Alright. I will look out. Twitter is a danger hole for spoilers. YouTube is as well. Surprisingly. Well, I guess not surprisingly. People on YouTube can be petty assholes. But okay, thank you, Hal, for the PSA. I'll make sure not to get too deep into FF14 YouTube for a while. Oh, 667. Oh, Dick, it might be close. If it goes down by 1, then we'll be there, but I doubt it is. It always goes down in chunks of at least 10. Pulling numbers out of my ass. It's definitely double digits more than 1. Trying to think. Story recap. What's happened so far? We fought the 3 Magus sisters. That's where we ended off last time. 602. Okay, we missed 666. We can stay. Well, I could use those vids to study the dungeon mechanics. Honestly, I feel like as long as you're able to, like, figure out dungeon mechanics with the old stuff, at least for the Magus sisters fight, like, that shit's going to be a good. Well, they're pretty, as far as I know. Let me just sort out the words here. The only dungeon that I've done so far was easy to figure out. There was just a lot of mechanics. A lot, a lot. But yeah, if you don't care for the story, buddy, like, I guess you can go ahead and use that. I caught up with what I missed this morning. If I remember correctly, you finished the first dungeon. Yeah. I queued up with 3 bunny boys. $4.54. We're getting closer. Also, a whole party of bunny boys and Ira. Ira became an honorary bunny boy that day. I will remember it fondly. Just scratch it off my bucket list. Ira became an honorary bunny boy. My game over. Done. Was your booty prepared for that? What, the whole party of bunny boys? Honestly, I wasn't ready for it, but it was a pleasant surprise. Yep, almost there. Ira needs to get some bunny ears. I'm not sure. I don't think I'll play Bunny Boys. At least not on my own volition. Maybe if I have like a subscriber milestone, I'll put it on a list of possible things along with Lalafell. But I think I'll keep Ira as a cat boy for the time being. I mean, what is there a item that you can get bunny ears? You can just put bunny. Oh yeah, there are. It's from the golden saucer, isn't it? How does that work with the Makote ears? I wonder. Yeah, I figured it was a glam. I gotta see if I have enough MGP for that. 241. Almost there. We're getting closer. Oh, okay. We got this. We can wait out the rest of this. It's okay. I gotta keep telling myself that it'll be worth it in the end. One hour of just queuing. How British can you get? I am not British. I'm Japanese American, thank you very much. I actually need some tea and crumpets to go with your queue. Nah, I'm good. But yeah, holy shit, it really just has been 50 minutes of just queuing. Ah, great. Amazing. $118, we're about to hit double digits. Premium content's glad I spent $50 for this great opportunity. Aw, fucking hell. God damn it. Okay. Shit. Excuse me. This hurts. Okay, there we go. I'm like, is it even gonna start? Very worried for a hot sec. Fuck. Square Enix is just not wanting me to play right now. Okay. What the fuck? What the fuck? Come on. Come on. Players in Q1? Players in Q1? But if I cancel, it's gonna say I can't log in for a while. Ah, damn it. Fucking hell. Ah! No, talk me. I'm Engi. Oh! Oh, never mind! I'm not Engi! There we go. Fucking finally! We're in! Alright, Alphino. I get Archon Loaf? Come on. Baked with either fish or vegetable flour, this fluffy loaf of rye bread is, from a nutritional standpoint, wholesome indeed. Alphino has a mind to join the others at the High Crucible. The attendant was kind enough to give me directions to the High Crucible. First, let us return to the mulberry orchard. Ruveda fibers. Oh shit, sorry. Right in your face. Boop. From here, we're supposed to follow the path left and past some mulberries. It's not as populated as I thought it would be. Where the street turns, enter the door straight ahead, then descend the steps. I thought the Crystarium was confusing, but it doesn't compare to Razatan. The architecture and decorations make it even harder to get your bearings. Anyway, let's see where this door takes us. Alright, we are in it. This way? And as you just got on now, I have to leave. Aw, I'm sorry, buddy. And here it is, the Aetherite Plaza. So far, so good. There isn't much farther to go. From here, we just need to cross to the other side of the hall, then pass through the larger of two doorways. The High Crucible lies beyond. I suspect the others have already collected the warding scales. Come, let us join them. Whoa, what's over here? You took your time, got turned around, I take it. Though this land hath been afforded a respite and turmoil, do many others languish still. Our work is far from finished. Okay. Pulling in some dialogue from the trailer, just a little bit. No, I don't want you, Gull. There we go. We're last, of course, but at least we found the place.
These are the talismans we were promised.
I'm hearing the Endwalker theme.
There are far more than we could have hoped for.
They're wrapped very nicely.
Enough to outfit an entire company of soldiers, in fact. Considering the involved process, that they were able to manufacture so many in such a short span of time is nothing short of a miracle.
Fucking impressive.
Once we have distributed them to our allies in Eorzea and the Far East, we'll have a fighting chance to bring down the other spires, just as we did with the Tower of Zot.
Or we could use them to invade Garlemald proper, and strike directly at the Telophoroid's base of operations.
Both sound very good, very good ideas. Oh, hey, thanks for the likes, guys.
Of course, we would need to consult with various Alliance leaders before such a drastic measure could even be contemplated. To which end, I could set out forthwith and present the idea to each of our allies in person.
Pray allow me to undertake some few of those journeys. I find myself restless and in need of purposeful duties.
Are you okay? Urianger, you need to talk?
I can head eastward. Bosnia and Dalmasca are just a short hop from here. And Doma's shinobi network should come in handy for passing on the word.
We shall share the burden then. Meanwhile, I think it best that you and the others take the talismans back to the Baldessian Annex. We must keep them safe and secure until we've decided upon a course of action.
Yep.
Please, I must speak with you.
Nidana!
Nidana, you're awake.
And not sundered?
Yes. When I spoke with the carer at my bedside, she told me that one of the scions, a young woman, had cleansed me of the tower's corruption. It seems I'd been asleep ever since the treatment. But when I awoke and learned you were all still here, I knew I had to come.
You personally saw to her?
As you said, Nidana was captured only recently.
Ah, okay.
Such a brief exposure is swiftly cured, so I tended to her before we gathered at Megaduta.
Nice.
And I am truly grateful that you did. I cannot thank you enough. All of you, for everything you've done. Destroying the tower, rescuing our people. You've saved Amer from an awful fate.
Oh, come on, Estinian, don't hide it.
Truly saved who? Due in no small part to thine inspirational courage, the alchemists were successful in reproducing warding scales of proven efficacy. Replications of thy work now stand ready to travel across the seas, unto the hands of those who might wield them against this rising evil.
Talisman? Is this true?
Yep. It's all because of you.
Oh, I was so groggy from sleep. I didn't even think to ask.
Let me just crack all my knuckles here. There we go.
Oh, our great work sent across the seas. It was worth it. Oh, it was all worth it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, hello. Hey!
Look at that! Its color is completely changed.
What do you have there?
A flower.
How unusual. I wonder if the effect is a reaction to Akasha.
Akasha? Aka what?
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that term.
Me neither. Please explain. I'm curious.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory.
Huh.
Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
So that is an actual alchemical thing, or well, it's a theory, but
You imply that it is distinct from ether.
As foreign scholars often conflate the two, but we see them as separate concepts.
interesting.
Ether is an energy which permeates the land. It exists within animals, objects, even the air we breathe, affecting all through which it flows. Akasha, on the other hand, exists in a domain beyond our reach. A gift bestowed from on high, or torn from the heavens in some traditions. Akasha can neither be created nor destroyed. It is beyond our power to purposefully alter or manipulate. The only thing observed to influence it is an abundance of, I want to say, spiritual emotion.
Okay.
As a veteran of the battlefield, surely you've experienced moments of desperation or exaltation when you've transcended the usual limits of your capabilities.
That's Akasha.
That is a manifestation of Akasha.
Okay.
The invisible essence harnessed by heart, mind, and unyielding spirit.
So we can kill things with the power of friendship. Okay.
I really must hear more about this theory. Our disciplines are based entirely upon the idea that ether is the fundamental form of all energy.
I'm glad my haphazard explanation has piqued your interest.
Yeah, we're with a bunch of nerds, and I'm one of them, and I want to hear more about it.
Akasha is a somewhat abstract field of study. A lack of practical application lends itself poorly to formalized research.
Yeah, that's understandable. That's true.
Which is why my analysis of your flower can amount to little more than idle speculation. I am sorry.
Hey, maybe if we can find more of these flowers, we can send them over for proper study.
Nonsense. You have nothing to be sorry for. Your insight is much appreciated.
Estinian's back there, just like, what's all this nerdy gobbledygook? Estinian is the meathead in this group of nerds.
Shall we depart for Charlian then? I will see to it that the talismans arrive at the Annex.
And we will be in touch once our talks are concluded. I suggest you rest while you can. From here onward, sleep is bound to be in short supply.
Is that so? It's like a warning from the devs. It's like, alright, this is where shit really starts hitting the fan, so y'all better be ready. Go over to Old Charlian and set that as my new home point. Set home point. This way. I probably could have ported over to the Ethernet crystal here, but it's a short enough distance away. So I'm guessing we want to go to the main hall. Oh, I saw someone dressed up as that one girl from Final Fantasy VII. Fuck, what was her name? It's not Ether, it's something else. Cloud, Tifa, Aerith! I saw someone cosplaying as Aerith. Well, good luck and hit the floor like the Dragoon. Alright, I will. Hold on, not the place where I want to be? Yeah, there you are. It's good to be back, and with the fruit of our labors safely in storage. For now, we have but to wait for the others to return from their respective meetings with the Alliance leaders. As Thancred suggested, you should get some rest in the meantime. Ojika Tsunjika. Welcome back, Ira. Kryl has apprised me of your recent accomplishments. What an amazing feat to eliminate a tower and pave the way to deal with the rest. While it isn't much, I've changed your sheets and plumped up your pillow. After all, there's nothing like collapsing in a nice clean bed after completing a major milestone, be it penning a thesis or defeating deiform entities. So, would you like to take a look at your new and improved lodgings now? Yes, please. I'm guessing that there's going to be a cutscene. We're gonna see something.
Take heart and protect them well.
Midgard Salmer? Oh, hello.
Good, you're here. You haven't eaten yet, have you?
Oh?
We've bought quite a spread if you're interested. Only the finest dining from the last stand.
You guys. You didn't have to. Lose the pickles. This is all very well animated.
Lest you wonder, we invited Estinian as well.
Oh?
But he refused with a rather grim-faced, "No, thank you." I suspect Charlian cuisine is not to his liking.
Oh, is that so? That's unfortunate. I guess we'll just have to eat his share.
I don't know about that. Perhaps our lone wolf just needed some time apart.
What? To perfect his brooding stare? Next time, I'll drag him out by the ear, sit him down in front of a Charlian feast, and see that he eats every last bite.
An excellent idea. Of all people, warriors must take proper meals and rest if they are to maintain a healthy constitution.
Poor Estinian, beset on all sides.
I really like Kryl's hairstyle, though. That's really cute.
Speaking of one's physical condition, Mistress Kryl, I hear you recently played literal host to Heidelin herself.
And what an experience that was. Tiring, yes, but no lasting harm done. If anything, I should have liked to speak with her longer. I've not felt a hint of her presence since.
I mean, she's probably weakened. Like, significantly.
Heidelin instructed you to carry that flower, yes? 'Twill be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. And then something about seeking joy in darkness, was it? Come to think of it, isn't that what happened with Nidana back in Radzat Han?
The cat finally got this cheeseburger! Holy shit!
Reflecting the elation we all felt. The relief of a people with renewed hope.
Indeed.
Good.
In turn, I felt buoyed by that radiance. 'Twas akin to spotting a beacon and knowing we were on the right path.
Good catch there, Hal.
Over the Tloforoy, or learned the full breadth of the Forum's plans. But even within the midst of our struggles, we find small moments of joy to sustain us. Rare and hard-won, perhaps, but it is this pursuit of happiness that gives us the strength to carry on day after day.
This feels especially poignant with all the COVID stuff going around. With all this, the COVID times, like seeing the good in the fun and the little things to go on.
That's mine.
To the swift the spoils. Though I recall that levitation spell of yours was quick enough.
Only barely. And even at my best, I'm still too slow to wield it effectively in battle. Mayhap I simply require more practice with this new magic.
You unearthed it from the depths of Numenon, I presume?
Aye, and from a veritable mountain of arcane tomes at that. 'Twas necessary to facilitate my solitary explorations.
Or, to put it simply, you used it to sneak around the Forbidden Archives.
Yes, well, after a fashion. They're tall, you see. The shelves, they're too tall for me. And I could hardly move the library's platforms without attracting attention now, could I?
We deserve this. We deserve this. After all the shit that we've gone through, we fucking deserve this. Are we pushing on until dawn?
I'm not that ambitious. But it is pleasant to idle away the hours every once in a while.
Aww. That's good. That's cool. I like that. That's nice. Oh, holy shit.
Enjoying the bracing cold, I see. Do you not own a warm coat or a cloak? Something in fur? Or fashioned from the skins of your enemies? Or... well, never mind that. I come to you once more as the bearer of bad news. Our tower in Thavnir has been toppled. And I need not tell you by whom.
Your best friend.
Given how many we have at our disposal, the loss of a single spire is hardly fatal to our plans. It does, however, slow the rate at which we siphon ether.
I'm just waiting for things to go to shit. Oh, hi, Xenos.
If they continue to preoccupy themselves with the towers, then all will be well. But should our foe prove bold enough to strike at us here, then the timing becomes questionable.
Our foe is bold enough. Of that, I can assure you.
Amon's not trying to be Asahi now, is he? Yeah, no.
Yes, very well then. I suppose I must prepare a proper welcome. Honestly, talk of your nemesis is the only thing you seem to enjoy. Does nothing else spark your interest?
No.
All else is equal, equally tedious, equally disappointing. The world is a tepid bog into which we sink, too weak to thrash as the mud clings to our eyes and fills our throats till we blissfully choke. But then came the light, blinding and pure and hot, so very hot.
Go to your room.
To set my soul aflame.
Just jack one off and see how you feel in the morning.
Basked in the afterglow.
Yo!
Until the void yawned once more. And then I knew the muck would never claim me again. There was naught for me ahead, so I drew the curtain on all that had come before.
Bro, you just need to find a good lay. Just get your dick wet a little bit, and you'll see that life has a lot more to offer than just Ira, the warrior of light.
Burn. Let the whole star burn. I will have my contest. I will reclaim my moment.
Bop him with the horny hammer. Horny. Bonk.
How wonderful that the emptiness of death has not dissuaded you from committing your life to its pursuit once more. I don't know whether to envy you or pity you.
You question my disinterest, but what of yours? Despite your noisome antics, I sense you take little pleasure in this endeavor.
Mercy, my lord. Such pointed barbs from one who barely acknowledges my existence.
Oh, does Fandaniel only want Senpai to notice him?
Yes, you are mistaken. For I do find this part somewhat enjoyable. You see, when I was mortal, I would always have the same dream. It was a fragmented thing, disjointed. All the faces incomplete. The setting, too, was unknown to me. So I thought it simply a fantasy of my sleeping mind.
But this is a Final Fantasy, right?
One day, I realized it was showing me the truth. Much as your dream of the final days enlightened you. And soon, very soon, the rest of the world will see the truth of my dream, too. Yes, I think that is something we can both enjoy.
On wings of hope, we rise up through the night higher. Cryo and Grahatia were having a pleasant conversation until you barged. Oh, I'm sorry. Sound the bell. School's. Are we gonna have a class? Oh, there you are. Feeling refreshed, I hope. I was about to make my way to the studium, as it happens. I wanted to try and speak with Scholark Monteshania and thank him for coming to our rescue in the Rostra. Excuse me. As it turns out, he'd come here to see us following the hearing, only to find that we'd already departed to Thavnair. Knowing him, he was probably hoping to chew the cud with his former students. Since we're still waiting for Y'shtola and the others, I thought now's the perfect time to pay him a visit. Care to join me? Then it's settled. The twins will be coming too, assuming Alphino can tear himself away from his new toys. I'll let you rally the troops while I go on ahead to the phenomenon. Considering my recent impropriety, perhaps I should avoid showing my face around the studium for a time. That might be for the best. If the others should return, tell them we will not be long. Alright. Is it class time? You practicing, Alphino? If Father can master these fiendish contraptions, then so can I! Well, I can't wait to see you put it in action. Heading out for a stroll? The Scholark himself was here. In that case, what are we waiting for? I too am eager to see him, though I somewhat dread the thought of visiting the studium. I dare say our notoriety precedes us. Alphino of all people worrying over his reputation, and that our alma mater no less, will wonders never cease. You'll understand soon enough. Off we go! To the studium. Oh, this way. Hey, nice bassline. Here it is, Phenomenon. Well, I expect you made note of it before. One can hardly miss it. This is the first time you've been here on official business, correct? While most of the space is taken up by the expansive auditoriums, it also houses numerous laboratories, testing grounds for experimental magics, and a host of administrative offices and so forth. At the center of what would later become the studium, it was established to promote the study of ethereological phenomena, hence the name. Though with ether being a fundamental aspect of nature, its scope expanded to include every conceivable facet of life, and even the universe itself. And then, in the 432nd year of the 6th Astral Era, Phenomenon was decreed complete, and the studium officially opened as a place of learning. With a long and storied history, it is without question the world's leading authority on etherology, the arcane, the occult, astromancy, and countless other fields, standing proud as Charlian's foremost educational institute. Seems like you're pretty passionate about this. You always did enjoy giving the grand tour to new students. Indeed, I've long since lost track of how many times he has recited that same foppish speech, such as his undying love for his old stomping ground. He was in top form back then, youngest to enter the studium, graduated with highest honors in magical arts and etherology, undisputed champion of the debating chamber. Hold on, you both joined the studium at the same age, yes? And from where I stand, you're equally prodigious scholars. Nice of you to say that, but Alphino actually entered half a year before me, nor did I do well enough to graduate with honors, and I'm certainly not the studium's most notorious master debater. That can't be a fucking mistake. Alphino is the master debater. In all respects have I ever been in his shadow. If nothing else, just remember that this was where the legend of Alphino Le Veilleur began. We should expect everyone to be fully aware of our recent escapades. Hopefully, we'll be somewhat more welcome here than we were at the last stand. I know better than anyone the adoration the student body has for Alphino, and with a bit of luck it might work for our advantage. Well, there's no time like the present. First things first, let's look for Scholark Montaigne. Other faculty tend to frequent their offices, but unfortunately for us, he's fond of wandering wheresoever his whims take him. Let's split up and ask the students if they've seen him. That is so the localization team having a laugh. Oh, hell yeah. I have a feeling that Alize knew exactly what she was saying, but it just went right over Alphino's head. That was Alphino Le Veilleur, wasn't it? The Alphino Le Veilleur! And he's with his sister and Master Baldesion's granddaughter. This can only mean one thing. An event of epoch-shattering proportions is fast approaching. Spread the word! Oh, sorry, you said you're looking for the Scholark, yes? Knowing him, he could be anywhere, but Miss Aleapo should have a better idea. Aleapo? That's familiar. Leopo. Are you related to somebody? Leopo, why does that sound so familiar? Chloe! Okay, that's Chloe's name. I was like, I think that's the name of the person that gives me wondrous tales, and I'm like, yeah. Are you lost? Wandering off the street, perhaps? Wait, don't tell me. You're a trainee gleaner fresh off the guild ship. I'm right, aren't I? Oh, how silly of me. An orientation is in order. Ahem. Allow me to bid you a warm welcome to Searcher's Meet. Let me start with a question. What is the most important thing you'll find in the studium? That's right, books! And what's the second most important? Why, that's simple. Everything else! That's what we deal in here at Searcher's Meet. Whenever the students or tutors find themselves in need of equipment or materials, they come to us. If we don't have it in our stores, we send the gleaners off to find it. The Leopo sisters in Idleshire, yeah. Honestly, you wouldn't believe some of the requests we get. Eye of Pysa, this. Tongue of Gigantode, that. It's enough to make your hair stand on end. Which is possibly what some of our students are trying to accomplish, this being a school of magic and all. As our newest gleaner, you'll have your work cut out for you, but I think you'll find it quite rewarding. I've tracked down many miscellaneous knickknacks in my time, but I'm no gleaner. So what you're telling me is you're not a gleaner? Yes, that's exactly what you said, isn't it? And you're looking for a Scholark? I'm afraid we don't have any of those in stock, but I can... Oh, you mean him? He was here, but now he's not. I did speak with him shortly before you arrived, though. He said he was on his way to Maker's Meet. Go back the way you came in, and you'll see it on the opposite side of the entrance. It's a Excuse me. Is this the Crafter-Gatherer quest for Endwalker? Maybe. It's a laboratory of sorts, home to many rare and expensive curios, not to mention alarmingly frequent accidents. If you lose your way, just follow the blood-curdling screams. In the time it's taken me to tell you all this, the Scholark has probably already left. Best of luck finding him. I have a feeling you'll need it. Alphano? I assure you, I'll tell you all about it after my business with the Scholark has concluded. The Scholark? Tell me, my good fellow, does this have something to do with saving the world from catastrophe? Might we turn our attention to Master Livier's graduation thesis? I too have my doubts regarding our policy of non-intervention. Is it true that your experiences overseas are the reasons you have incurred the ire of the Forum? Oh, what I wouldn't give to see you butt heads with those old codgers. Well, it looks like the young'uns are kind of against the established level-headed student. Yes, the Scholark was here a short while ago. He offered me advice on my current research project. Though we spoke at length, I don't recall him mentioning where he was planning to go next. When we parted ways, he went down the corridor, perhaps to one of the auditoriums. Somewhere up this way? Oh, hello. Okay.
Ah, I remember you.
I sure fucking hope you do. We caused hell.
I pray we have not caught you at an inopportune moment. We wanted to offer our thanks for your kind words in the forum.
could hardly let that Inquisition go unchallenged. I've always believed that curiosity should be nurtured, not stifled. Thankfully, a majority of my colleagues agreed. A slender majority, aye, but a majority nonetheless.
Had the vote not gone our way, we would be having a very different conversation, if any at all. Though I'd like to think you would have not given up on our cause. I'm told you paid a visit to the Annex afterwards.
Yes, that's right. I was hoping to speak with the grandchildren of my dearly departed friends Galuf and Louisoix in a less dour setting. But it seems I just missed you.
Oh, so you pronounce it like dour? I always thought it was dour. I guess I've been pronouncing it wrong my whole life. Dour. Got it. Putting that away in my brain bank for future use.
I still can't believe how much you've grown. If only your grandsires could have seen the way you presented yourselves to the Forum. Why, it fair brought a tear to my own eye. You must have the patience of a saint, putting up with this lot and their antics. Never mind Matoya's prize student. Luckily, I know a thing or two about managing unruly younglings. If you ever need advice, don't hesitate to ask.
I like how he's like a kind grandfather role. Hey! He reminds me of my Gigi, my grandpa from Japan.
If I may, there is a rather more pressing matter we wish to discuss. What can you tell us of this duty that the Forum must fulfill?
Nothing, I'm afraid. Like all humble servants of the Forum, I am sworn to secrecy. Or rather, I couldn't tell you if I tried.
Is that why someone got choked out?
Our duty is of the gravest importance. Furthermore, if the particulars were made public, it would incite widespread panic. As such, those entrusted with this duty have been bound by an enchantment, which prevents us from speaking of such matters without the express permission of the Forum.
Huh. Okay.
How is that even possible?
It's been some time since I last gave a lecture. Please, take a seat.
Class time!
We shall begin by reviewing the fundamentals of etherology.
Oh, please, thank you. I wanted to know about this.
Ether, which imbues us with life, can be categorized into three forms. Two are of the incorporeal sort, the soul and the memory. Can anyone tell me the third?
The physical. The body? Corporeal ether.
Yes, very good.
I mean, if the other two are incorporeal, then the third's obviously corporeal.
This is the form with which the layman is most familiar. Consumed by even the simplest of daily activities, and replenished by the food and drink that sustain us, this form of ether is in constant flux. In contrast, the ether that comprises the soul is rarely subject to dramatic change. The same can be said for memory, as the two are intrinsically linked. Picture the soul as paper, and memories as words written upon it.
Welcome to the... that's not Studium. Is it Studium? Welcome to the... This looks like an H, but that's D-I-U-M, I think. Yeah, that's an M. That's obviously a U. That's a T right there. That's gotta be Studium. That's a weird way to write S. Welcome to the Studium. Okay.
Now, what would happen if that paper was doused with ink? The same type of ether as comprises the memories.
It becomes unintelligible. Overloaded.
It would blot out everything that was written.
Precisely. We would be unable to recall the memories, and any activities that depend upon them would be hindered as well. In fact, this exact phenomenon was observed on a vast scale not so long ago. And what might that have been?
Oh, the Calamity!
The 7th Umbral Calamity.
Smart.
Eorzea vividly recalled Bahamut breaking free of the Lesser Moon and raining hellfire down upon the realm. But no one could seem to remember the events that followed immediately afterwards.
Indeed. To this day, we have yet to determine whether it was an unintended consequence or a deliberate act. The enchantment which binds me and the rest of the Forum is based on a similar principle. And yes, it is a contravention of the Sharlayan prohibition against the practice of memory manipulation. Only when a new member is inducted and told of our great duty are they subjected to the process. Unnecessary evil. You have my word that it would never be used to manipulate the populace.
Can we trust that?
I should hope not. But can this enchantment be dispelled and your memories restored?
If it's possible, then wouldn't people have done it to themselves to figure out what happened in those years? That time directly after the Calamity?
If 9/10 of our members give their approval, then the process may be reversed. Then, and only then, would we be able to speak freely to others of our sacred duty. Barring that, we must wait until we return to the ethereal sea. For there we will be purified, the blots upon our souls washed clean. And our memories drift apart and dissolve. Rather defeating the purpose, I suppose. But there are those memories that are indelibly etched upon our souls, some believe.
What happens after that?
We are reduced to pure ether, coalesce with that of others, and create souls anew. Alternative schools of thought assert souls remain whole and return to the corporeal world, reborn into another form. Both theories have their proponents. Personally, I consider each equally probable. Well, I think that's enough education for today. Now that I've given you some food for thought, or rather, an entire banquet. I would remind you that although I'm unable to assist you with certain matters, the resources at my disposal may still be of use to you.
Okay.
I'll arrange for you all to be given the run of Phenomenon. Of course, as associate to our alumni and the students of Baldessian, this privilege is extended to you as well, my friend.
Thank you.
Oh, and I suggest you speak with Ki Aliapo. She's well known among the artisans of Sharlayan, and her network of contacts may prove useful in your search for knowledge. I wish you all the best in your pursuits, wheresoever they may take you.
Thank you. We didn't even have to pay tuition for this class. I didn't see what... Oh, shit. You have been granted the run of Phenomenon. If you are game, Kia Leopo would put your artistry to good use. Okay. Ooh, that's a cool looking bow. And a cool choker too, nice and glowy. Just chomp down on some Archon loaf. Kryl? Kryl is still digesting a rather hefty portion of food for thought. Well, that's given me much to mull over. I feel as though we're one step closer to understanding the Forum's true motives, and the mysteries of life itself for good measure. It's funny, I came here with the intent of expressing my gratitude, only to leave more indebted than before. I have a feeling his friendship and support will be a great boon to us in days to come. And on that note, let's head back to the Annex. Perhaps on the way you could better acquaint yourself with Kia Leopo as the scholar suggested. Will I share our findings with Raha? Is that key over here? Yeah. Okay. Level 80. So yeah, these are the crafter gatherer quests. So we want to go to the Baldessian Annex. Aerith's still here. I mean, I guess her name is literally Aerith as well. That's cute. I like that. Where are you? I guess we have to go to the entrance. Estinian, you missed out on some good food. Having spent most of the time in Thavner, I've yet to fully grasp the lie of the land here in Sharlayan. Even finding my way to the Annex proved a challenge. Estinian returned not long after we departed for the studium. A shame that he missed the chance to attend our lecture with the Scholark, or perhaps not. Ah, welcome back. From what I hear, your trip to the studium proved most educational. That's actually a very good glamour of her. Yeah! While you were away, I received word from our fellow Scions. As expected, news of the warding scales was met with much joy. Preparations are now underway to bring the leadership of the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance together to determine a way forward. Our friends have asked that we bring the scales in our position to Limsa Lominsa. So the time has come for us to go on the offensive? It's too early to say for certain, but that does seem to be the way the winds are blowing. I, for one, can think of no reason to oppose such a plan, but let us see what awaits us in Vilbrand. Let's start by getting the scales out of storage. Give me a hand, would you, Astinian? Phew! I didn't realize these crates were so heavy! I shouldn't complain, though. Vritra and the alchemists of the great work put their heart and soul into each and every one of these scales, so you must treat them with utmost care. Are you not coming with us? As much as I would like to escape the Forum's watchful gaze, I've little choice but to stay behind. We're already on thin ice, and if I, in my capacity as our official representative, were found to be consorting with foreign powers, well, you can imagine how that would go. I shall remain here, and do my utmost to avoid ruffling any more feathers as I await word from Master Matoya and our other allies. With luck, soon we'll have good news of our own to share. There we go. The tide is about to turn, I can feel it. To Limsa Lominsa! Alright, I'm going to take a quick little potty break here. So I will be right back. Hello, hello, hello. I have returned. I'm gonna get some sleep. I'll watch this tomorrow again like I did today. Good luck. Alright, thank you. Thanks for coming by. Just gonna erase that. Bring the screen's attention back to here. And let's continue on. Boom. So, we're going back to Lenosha, to Limsa Laminsa. Excuse me. Limsa Laminsa, a little deader than usual. Interesting. No, I was told to expect you. As you may or may not be aware, the Admiral is at present entertaining the Elder Seedseer and the Sultana. 3 of the most powerful women in the world in one room. Do you need a moment to prepare, or shall I show you to them? Yeah, let's go in. My apologies for calling you away from Charlian at such short notice. On the contrary, we are honored and grateful, and pleasantly surprised to be joined by such esteemed company. 'Twas only right that this discussion be conducted in person. We are locked in a war of attrition. Our forces struggle to contain the threat posed by the towers. It is only a matter of time before we are overwhelmed. Victory will only be claimed through decisive action, and we have taken the initiative to set the wheels in motion. It's reassuring to learn that we are all in accord. But might I ask what your plan entails? It hinges entirely on the warding scales and our ability to utilize their potential to the fullest. During your time in Charlian, the allied nations have been engaged on separate fronts with no end in sight. To make matters worse, a surge in abductions of kobolds, Sahagin, Ixal, and Ananta have given rise to an increasing number of primals as well. But your triumph in Razatan has given us cause to hope once more. The time has come to free ourselves of this menace, and it is you, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, who have shown us the way. While the bulk of our forces will continue to hold the Telophoroi at bay, we will dispatch our finest to strike at the enemy's heart, Garlemald. These brave few will be the Ilsabard contingent. To think such progress has been made in so short a span. Its objectives are twofold. The first is to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. As previously reported, countless Imperial soldiers and civilians have been tempered. Robbed of their free will, they serve the Telophoroi's every whim without question. They too are victims. It is our duty to deliver them from their suffering, not for strategic or political gain, because it is the right thing to do. I do not ask that we set aside the decades of conflict and conquest, that we simply choose to forgive and forget. I ask only that in choosing to remember we do not also forsake our compassion and morality, for without that there can be no reconciliation, only death without end. Aye, and on that we can all agree. Our second objective is the colossal tower that Thancred and Rianger observed in the capital. Though its purpose remains unclear, there's reason to believe the smaller spires are merely a precursor of what's yet to come. Until the Tower of Zot was toppled, we'd failed to make any headway, though the same could be said of the Telophoroi. They're certainly in no rush to press further into our lands. I'd wager the Spire's primary purpose is to divide and keep us occupied, while they work towards our annihilation. This would appear to be substantiated by Y'shtola's analysis of the tower's influence on ethereal currents. Based on her observations inside the Tower of Zot, the spires siphon ether from the land, consuming it to maintain their form. However, they draw forth far more than is required for this task alone. The excess of ether remains unaccounted for, but we can be sure it is not being harnessed for our benefit. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if it was being redirected to the larger spire in the capital. There's a logic in that. Regardless, once we have uncovered the truth, we'll bring their schemes crashing down along with their infernal towers. That's all well and good. But what would you have us do? I assume it's more than handing over the scales and being on our way. We want you and your scales to join the Ilsabard contingent. Consider it an official request from both the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance. Do you accept? Perhaps you should be the one to answer that. For honor and glory. Couldn't have put it better myself. Y'shtola, Thancred, and Rianger have already pledged their support, and are on their way to meet the rest of the contingent. They were positive you would come to the same decision as they did. Luckily for all involved, their prediction was correct. Once you have delivered the warding scales to Alamigo, the contingent will embark on its journey to Ilsabard. Raubon and Lord Emmerich are overseeing preparations. Yeah, we see Lord Emmerich again! Woo! So I suggest you make yourselves known upon arrival. Pack warm clothing, furs and the like. Without it, the cold will do you in before the Telophoroi so much as draw steel. As for us, we'll keep the enemy busy while you're gone. They're not the only ones who can create a diversion. Now go, safe in the knowledge Eorzea will be as you left it, or better upon your return. Ooh, alright. Emmerich! Emmerich, you're here! Hi! Oh, no, not Justinian. If Emmerich asks after me, I'm getting on fine and leave it at that. Don't you dare breathe a word about the cord. Ah, fancy meeting you here. I trust our mutual friend is settling into life as a scion? Collaboration never was his forte. The moment the fighting ended, off he'd go like a Gaelic hat swept up in a strong breeze. But rest assured, he will always be there when you need him. Probably. There we go. Ah, the Wanderer's return. You've been... Just crack all my knuckles. You've been busy, bringing down a tower and producing the keys to destroying the rest of them. You should be proud. Those warding scales of yours are what's made this whole venture possible. Will you and Lord Emmerich be leading the contingent? Regrettably, no. Our role is to organize the various delegations into a cohesive unit. Once we have seen you all off, it's back to our respective posts. We dare not neglect our duties for too long, lest our defensive efforts fall into disarray. And just between us, there's a fair amount of opposition to the formation of the Ilsabard contingent. The very suggestion that we send out some of our finest troops behind enemy lines to render aid unto the Garleans has made me rather unpopular in certain quarters. Can't please them all. Sadly not, though I do my best. Truth be told, I'd rather be at your side, charging into the fray. Alas, I've battles of my own to fight, where words may serve me better than any blade. I hate to say it, but Lord Emmerich's struggles mirror my own. For the time being, the best we can offer you is the peace of mind from knowing Eorzea is in safe hands. As you fight the good fight in Ilsabard, I and the other commanders will do what we can to convince the naysayers that our cause is just. Thank you, both of you. We meet again. Hey, Balzar! Much has occurred since we parted ways in Wurlet. From what I gather, the protective talismans you obtained led to the information of the expeditionary force. My contribution on this occasion is but a minor one, that being the information I have shared with Maxima. For the sake of the people of Garlemald, may the fates be on your side. So you're not coming with us. Strange, I thought you'd have a stake in this. I do. The Telophoroi have laid waste to my homeland and enslaved my people. But though every mote of my being cries for vengeance, I cannot be the one to deliver it. My presence alone would place the entire mission in jeopardy. I stand accused of murdering Emperor Varus and plunging Garlemald into chaos. Were I to travel with the Ilsabard contingent, it would give my countrymen ample cause to question our motives. Conversely, those who believe me innocent may instead celebrate the return of a former legatus and attempt to raise me to a position of leadership, further destabilizing the region and complicating the contingent's mission. Whether I am branded a villain or hailed as a hero, I would only hinder your efforts. I understand Wurlet is in your hands. And I will defend it to my dying breath. After the sacrifices my sons and daughters made, I can do no less. And I and the government of Wurlet intend to offer refuge to those fleeing Garlemald. Should that time come, we will be ready. Cool. In light of Gaius's rather unique circumstances, I instead will assume the role of your guide. Though I may have defected for political reasons, my love for Garlemald endures. I would stop at nothing to protect her and her people. Well said. Might I ask you to escort our friends inside? You might even bump into an old acquaintance or two, and if I don't see you again ere you depart, may the Fury guide and protect you. All of you. Got to work, an hour to kill. Nice! I can't apply glamour plates here. I'll just dispel glamour for now. You also got some cotton candy grapes. Nice. This is a good fit. All right. Maxima? Ooh, a gift. Maxima would have you meet your new traveling companions. Okay. The other members of the Ilsabard contingent are gathered in the royal palace. I shall inform them of your arrival, so please make your way inside as soon as you are ready. Resistance Guard, hello. Ah, the remaining members of the Scions. Your friends and most of the Ilsabard contingent await you within. Would you like me to see you through? Yes, please.
By the 12.
Please! Hey, okay.
Glad you could join us. I hope you don't mind, but we went ahead and started without her.
We got the two guys from the Bard quests.
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. It is a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose.
Yeah, no, this is really cool. Hold on, let me just grab a slice of pizza.
We fight not only for the sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world, including the people of Garlemald. Much rides on the efforts of the Ilsabard contingent.
Indeed, which is why I am glad to find
Oh,
myself in the
yeah.
company of many trusted comrades, yourselves included.
Lucia.
I have come at the behest of Lord Emeric, who has honored me with the role of Ishgard's representative. And for the good of all nations, not least my former homeland, I am determined to see this mission through to its end. We have a hard road ahead of us, but walk it we shall, together.
Fuck yeah.
We too welcome this opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that, if there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
Allow me to introduce you to the rest of our company. Everyone! If I may have your attention. Might I ask you to speak first?
If I must, I am Arun Senna, spokesman for the Gridanian delegation. Here on behalf of my esteemed sister, the Elder Seedseer, we shall provide support and protection to those in need during our time in Garlemald. To that end, I am joined by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild, with the Order of the Twin Adder's Finest serving as our escort.
I recognize two of you.
Suppose I'd better say my piece.
Wait, I know you.
The name's Sickard, in case you've forgotten. Truth be told, I'd rather you had forgotten.
Oh wait, he's that guy that tried to take over the pirate ship.
The Admiral asked Captain Hilfear to send his best, and for whatever reason, he picked me. Of course, if I'd refused, I'd be the laughing stock of the bloody executioners, and my reputation's taken enough of a keyhauling as it is. But more importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm, you gotta trust in the commander of your ship.
All the guild masters are there too. Yeah, they are. I recognize that.
So if the Admiral wants us to go to Garlemald, not for plunder and glory, but a promise of peace in our time, then that's what we'll do. Since we all know how much the Empire loves its steel, we thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it. Give them a pile of scrap and they'll cobble together anything you fancy. Of course, just like the Gridanians, we got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind, but we're more than capable of cracking skulls, believe you me.
Plenty of black mages too.
Well, you're certainly raring to go. But then again, so are we. The most dependable warriors of Uldar and Alamigo have assembled at the Sultana and General Aldin's behest. If Garlemald has truly fallen, then the whole place is likely to be crawling with Telophoroi. We'll need plenty of troops to clear and hold a path for others to follow. That's where we come in. Naturally, Marshal Terrapin and I will be leading from the front.
Lots of Lalafels.
It's been some time since I last saw you in your element on the battlefield.
From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself. Master Matoya, the avatar of destruction.
raids like these, I know we'll succeed, no matter what awaits us. And then we might finally get a chance to enjoy a good long rest. But until then, let's give it our all.
As for Ishgard, we Temple Knights have come in force to uphold our nation's commitment to the peace and welfare of our allies. The bitter cold of Garlemald is a formidable enemy in of itself. Our experience fighting in ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead. Accordingly, I have been designated commander of the Ilzabard contingent. I will do all in my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require. The four high houses, House Hylinard foremost among them, have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission.
Ooh, I saw my my good boy in there.
Imperial Magitech is sure to be a great boon. They will address any problems of a technical nature together with the smiths of Limpsa Lomitsa. There is another awaiting introduction.
My lad, my good boy.
Ah, yes. Emmanuel de Forton, at your service. Though, lest there be any misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become a fearsome warrior while you were away. Rather, far from it, actually. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself. Oh, and fight for world peace and all that.
I doubt that this is something you'd want to be saying in front of a lot of people.
But, should the opportunity arise for a spot of ballroom dancing, I will be your twinkle-toed gentleman of light.
Have you been talking to Hildebrand? May a graceful prancing lead the way to victory.
Huzzah! I cannot wait to regale Honoroa with my tales of daring-do.
I believe that concludes introductions for the Grand Company of Eorzea. Our allies from the Eastern Alliance were due to arrive some time ago, but it would appear they have been delayed.
Would that be the Shinobi of Dome?
Actually, they've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between the various Eastern nations. According to Lord Hien,
oh my god,
a capable company of warriors has been sent in their stead.
The Warriors of the Steppe?
Out of my way!
Yeah! Yeah, here we go! And the soldiers from Baja!
Forgive us for coming late. We are the delegates of the Eastern Alliance.
Cyrena, and you've brought company.
For battle and blood we come, as the steppe is sorely lacking in both. No towers befoul our lands, so we marched on those of Doma, only to find them beyond our reach. But now our thirst for slaughter will be slaked. No quarter to the enemy!
Sadu Hatun, no. We go to make peace with the Iron Men, not war.
Warriors of the Steppe, we've heard many tales of your bravery. We welcome you as allies. And these other ones you have brought are...
Members of the Dalmascan resistance group, Lente's Tears.
I'm feeling like we're skipping a little bit ahead. I need to finish the Bajan. I need to finish the Bajan story.
Between them, they have a wealth of experience in espionage, and are particularly adept at infiltrating Imperial facilities. Which is fortuitous, since Garlemald's domain is so vast that I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
Dalmasca, Bosnia, Alamigo. All lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire. I would never presume to question your motives. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that our goal is to aid the victims of the Telophoroi, the common folk of Garlemald. And they are victims, make no mistake. Though I understand that many may struggle to see them as such.
You're more right than you know. For every one of us that answered the call, there were a dozen that refused. Not only in Alamigo, but everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy. But after seeing what we've seen, fighting and working against and with Garleans, there's no denying the simple truth. They're just people. No different from you or I. They've got their share of liars and murderers, but so do we. So do we all. Fordola, who once swore herself to Garlemald, has proven herself a trusted ally time and time again. Every Eorzean here knows Cid Garland, the Imperial defector who shared with us countless technological wonders. Gaius bloody Balesar himself is working to help rebuild Wurlit, a nation he once conquered. So you can believe me when I say that every fighter here understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help. Or at least that they were able to put aside their feelings for the greater good. It won't be easy, but we're all determined to make this world a better place.
What lingering concerns I may have had were clearly unwarranted. I agree with everything you said wholeheartedly.
Then we are in accord. Now, let us review our strategy. To reach the Garlean capital in northern Ilsabard, we must cross the central mountain range. Fortunately, Garlund Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous part of our journey. However, attempting to fly any closer to Garlemald would attract the attention of the Telophoroi. As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military, we must assume that includes its fleet. In addition, Garlemald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems, further discouraging an airborne approach.
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the Magna Glaciers. From there, we must travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain will be blanketed in snow, we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities. The vast ice field will afford us an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. On the other hand, it will also allow others to easily spot us, so it is imperative that we only make camp in positions where we can easily defend ourselves. And the airships, which must be kept safe at all costs.
We cannot account for every possibility, so we must be prepared to think on our feet. We will be tested. Sorely tested, I expect. But for our homes and for our people, and a people not our own but in need, we will succeed. Spare no effort in your preparations. Once we depart, there is no turning back.
All right. Sanson! Guide-a-lot! Our prowess has finally been recognized by the Order of the Twin Adder. Naturally, Guide-a-lot is also here helping us. Whilst his ability as a bard is unmatched, I do worry about his judgment. However, you need not. I shall be keeping a close eye on him, I promise. I can't lie to you, Ira. I wasn't entirely for this whole thing when Sanson spoke to me, but if it means to being your brother-in-arms, then who am I to pettifog? I shouldn't be so hard on him, I suppose. This bard unit is quite impressive, really. Yes, one must give credit where credit is due. Rather uncouth for one to do otherwise, after all. And Sicard? Until the Empire fell, Garleans were the only ones we were allowed to impose tariffs upon at sea. Weren't easy pickings, but I made myself a pretty gill. Since they've been so generous to me and mine, perhaps it's time I returned the favor and gave a little something back. Alright, and Amanda Lane. Well, if I'd known that what a social gathering this would turn out to be, I'd have dressed for the occasion. Still, this seems the perfect opportunity to mingle with the other guests. Would I be correct in assuming those ladies over yonder are Serena and Sadu of the Steppe? Perhaps I should introduce myself, though I don't much like the look of that fellow with the enormous axe. Magni? Found your moon yet? With the Mole, champions in the Nodum, and the Dorthal having sent so many here, I have thought to defend the steppe in their absence. I would have done so were it not for my stepbrothers. They urge me to grant our allies the sun's might, that his radiance may deliver them unto victory. Though I must tolerate the presence of this feral Dotharli dog. As first among my brothers, I could do no less than accept this challenge. My deeds will become the stuff of legends. Sadu? I care not for the Iron Men or their troubles. It is the destiny of the weak to die in ignominy. Ignominy. Even so, I will do as I have agreed, and I volunteer to join this band at Serena's request. If she thinks it a worthy cause, that is reason enough. Though we hail from different tribes, our bond has grown strong of late. She is much better company on a hunt than any of the Steppe's oafish men could dream to be. And Serena? How are you? I'm glad to see you well, Lyra. Grandmother was worried for you. The night I agreed to come hither and join the contingent, the god sent her a strange dream. 2 suns, one burning red, the other frozen black. Closer they circled, closer and closer, and as they danced the world fell to ruin. In blinding chaos she spied blackened silhouettes and knew at once that one was yours. Yet we knew not how to interpret this dream, save as a sign that great danger awaits. But whatever lies ahead, I will walk with you, traveler. No, he is still the little son. Doesn't mean he can't find a moon for him. Alright, Y'shtola. Besides the delegates assembled here, the Amalja and several other tribes offered to send troops of their own. Unfortunately, due to their physiology, many would struggle simply to survive in the harsh climate of Ilsabard. They would also likely prove tempting targets for abductions by the Telophoroi. All things considered, they can better aid the cause by bolstering our defenses in Eorzea, though their eagerness to do so has been noted. We few shall have to suffice. Ere we embark, we must distribute the warding scales to our comrades. Care to do the honors? Excuse me. Lucia? Warding scales for the Ishgardian delegation, I take it? Many thanks. These talismans may prove to be the deciding factor in the battles to come. I find myself conflicted by this foray into Garlemald, sent by the Empire to infiltrate Ishgard, only to throw in my lot with those whose secrets I was supposed to be stealing. And now I lead a mission to save the countrymen I betrayed. But that is doubtless why I was chosen by Lord Emmerich. He would have me put my extensive knowledge and former ties to good use. I will not disappoint him. For the future of Ishgard, Garlemald, and the world at large, I will lead us to victory. Please? That a set of warding scales I spy? Not that I would know what they look like. He's gonna end up finding himself a big sun instead. Ooh, that could be good. Wow, look at these! Even a layman like me can tell they're bursting with ether. All the better to fend off the tempering waves? Is that the right term? Anyway, they'll give us one less thing to worry about, which just leaves the other mountain of whatever else is waiting for us in Garlemald. Only one way to find out, eh? And nervous or not, I'd march through all 7 hells if it gave me a chance to put Xenos back in the grave where he belongs. I'll make sure you get a few good hits in on him. I hear you've got something for us. Ah, them scales everyone's been talking about. Pretty little things, ain't they? Reckon they'll be worth a gill or two when this is all over, but we'll hold on to them for now. And one more thing. I know what you're thinking. Why didn't they send in Ainzar instead? Buggered if I know. All the Admiral and Captain Hellfair told me was that They needed someone to help safeguard the future, and here I am. Can't say they haven't got a sense of humor. Of course, some of you might be wondering what good a pirate is on dry land, in the middle of the sun snow of all places. Well, me and my crew will do whatever needs doing, so let's set sail, or however the saying goes on airships. Yes? So these are the famed warding scales. Enough for me and my men, I see. Under normal circumstances, I would not be allowed to travel outside of the Twelves Wood. The Elder Seedseer, however, has granted me special permission. She has bid me lend my magics to the people of Garlemald while learning all I can of their ways. In so doing, I will come closer to understanding myself and my place in the world. Or so she says. I say it is past time our allies benefited from the power at the Seedseer's disposal. Some bemoan that we hide our light under a bushel, and I intend to address that criticism. Cool. Good on you. We heard it would be cold in Garlemald, so we came prepared. Oh, the talismans! We are to keep those close at all times, yes? I will see that no one misplaces theirs. And before I forget, I have a message from Hien. In distant lands, in time of strife, together stand, together fight. In darkness shines the light of life. I hope I have done his words justice. Doma, like much of Othard, has been plagued by the towers. Yet while he could not be here, he wishes to express a shared conviction. Hien and Yugiri labor without rest to unite the people, and with their aid we will keep the enemy at bay. And we of the Steppe and the Eastern Alliance will repay their efforts by ending this war. And Maxima. Do you have a warding scale for me, too? Big sis, let me leave the house for once. Thank you for this, and for going to such incredible lengths for the sake of my people. Though I have little to offer in return, I would impart some advice, if I may. You have been told by many to wear the cold of Ilsabard, and I cannot stress enough that this is no token warning. I will be distributing specially made warming tinctures, courtesy of the Alchemists Guild, but understand that they are no substitute for proper protection. I leave the provisioning of said protection to your discretion. Now, let us proceed to the Alamegan Quarter. While you make your final preparations, I will have the pilots ready the airships. So I'm supposed to get a special gift from this one? This is our last chance to make ready before we set forth. You needn't worry about Riange and I. We still have what we wore in Garlemald before. Estinian claims to be quite warm and toasty beneath his armor, and since he spent a fair bit of time up north recently as well, I have no reason to doubt his words. Most of the others will be borrowing Grand Company stock. The rest of you could do likewise. I suppose, provided you are not overly concerned with style. Not to put too fine a point on it, but I wouldn't be seen dead in one of those ridiculous overcoats. If only I had time to find something to my liking. Remember your rubbers, boys and girls. Hark! Is that the cry of scions in need of a tailor I hear? Ah! Hey, Tataru. But how? I have my ways, oh yes indeed. You thought you could sneak off to Ilsabard without telling me? Ha! Nothing escapes my notice. Now, you will wear these garments I've made for you, whether you like it or not. You never cease to amaze. But why do you need a new outfit as well? Wait, are you coming with us? What? No, of course not, silly. It's all in the name of fashion. Rather the pursuit of the highest quality fashion. Besides, how can I expect others to wear my creations if I've never worn them myself? Yeah, I did have one other thing to share. Argmus and Bloomvida have finally returned from assignments in faraway lands. They'll be staying in the Rising Stones for a while to keep an eye on events throughout Eorzea. Since they'll be running things back at headquarters, I was wondering if I could lend a hand in Charlian. Oh, why not? You can keep Kryl company in the Baldesian Annex. Yes, we'd love to have you there. And I heard Argmus and Bloomvida did a fine job carrying on in our stead while we were lying comatose. With them in charge of the Rising Stones, we've nothing to worry about. My thoughts exactly. Also, while I'm confident you won't go collapsing again, because a certain someone who shall remain nameless isn't in a position to transport your souls to another world, if anything similarly disastrous were to happen, I'll be well positioned to do something about it. Anyway, I've got a few things to take care of, and then I'll make my way to Charlian. I really do hope these new clothes are enough to keep you warm in Garlemald. It's not much, but it's the only thing I can do for you, other than pray for your safe return, which I will, every day. Let's not keep the contingent waiting any longer. Alright, time to go make a glamour plate. Here are your winter woolies, handcrafted by yours truly. Aww. So, I think we're going to take a quick... Okay. Yeah, we're going to go take a quick detour at, what's it called? The, where's the nearest inn that I can get to? Teleport. To Gridania. We're gonna go to an inn room and make a quick... Wait, what the fuck am I doing? Actually, no. Let's make a quick, gear plate for this. North Sea coat. Toss that in there. And let's make a new glamour plate. Coat. Okay. Get ourselves some fluffy gloves. Get ourselves some nice, padded pants. Nice thick boots. That's the emptiest I've seen New Gridania ever. Oh, yeah. And something to warm up our heads. Here we go. If there's nothing better to wear, I'll definitely use that. Actually, no, that works pretty well. Ah, okay, I can't use that one. I mean, I guess you really can't see it, so... it's not too concerning. Let's just go with that. You dress up warmly. What was it, 11? Yeah. There we go. Nice and cozy. A frosty reception. Tataru is desperately trying to retain her composure as she prepares to see you off on another perilous journey. I'm told the airship pilot has been sent to meet you. Ah, there he is! Alright, this is where we go our separate ways. Do be careful, won't you? I will, I promise. It's an honor to finally meet you. We of the Garland Ironworks now go to Ul'Dan Melt. We of the Garland Ironworks will be ferrying you and your contingent across the mountains to Garlemald. For many of us, it will be something of a homecoming. Our illustrious founder was only our most notable Imperial defector. For that reason, the company is committed to the success of this expedition. Our resources are at your disposal, and if there is aught we might do to be of further assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. If you are ready to depart, I will ready the engines. Upon boarding the airship, several cutscenes will play in sequence. Cool. In addition, you'll be required to participate in battle. Your progress will be saved at certain points. Okay. Please note that if you enter battles associated with other quests or log out from the game, this progress will be lost. Fair enough.
Ilsabad, divided in twain by a vast mountain range. Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step. But why go by foot when one can simply fly? On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius.
That fucking Hot Wheels paint.
Protest, as if to warn against further trespass.
Madeleine, you good?
We've received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party. They've sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps?
Perhaps, but there is more to it than that. Maxim reports that they're led by Vergilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number. However, they are also joined by several members of the First.
From what I recall, the Third Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus's death. The First, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War. Yet now, these former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
Then it is all but certain they have been tempered.
No, Manolane left his fuzzy jacket at home.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Garlemald, the very ones we have come to aid. Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
Okay. How do we do that?
So? Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment? Not impossible, but easier said than done in the heat of battle.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial Detachment's current position. Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments, and once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
Good, okay.
Divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into two groups. The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies. As for the Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most. I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rearguard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
Good idea. Okay. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Supply Depot, oh, his winter clothes look cool.
Your proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
Easy job for Thancred. Spectacular's his middle name.
Stoller always did have a flair for the dramatic. She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks. All right, once more for my peace of mind. Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's Magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely. Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal. If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand. A blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes. Trust in the plan, and we should all live to see tomorrow.
Now he's got a gang of gunbreakers with him.
Relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
He doesn't play the lone wolf, he is the lone wolf.
Call it foolish and reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
Very well. I wish you the best of luck.
Oh shit, okay. Assuming there is nothing else you wish to confirm, we may commence the mission as soon as you are ready. Learn about the mission exclusive actions. On the following points, swift deception renders Thancred invisible and increases his movement speed. Crew of big furry kitty boys and a bunny girl. While active, enemies, soldiers, and Magitech will be unable to perceive Thancred's presence, even if they are within close proximity. However, it has no effect on the guard dog's acute sense of smell. They will be able to detect Thancred regardless. Moreover, this action can only be used outside of combat. It will also be unavailable when Thancred attempts to deactivate Magitech fields or execute certain other actions. Thancred's silent takedown will instantly render a soldier unconscious. It can only be used while swift deception is in effect. Though it cannot be used on Magitech or guard dogs, utilizing silent takedown whenever possible is essential in clearing a path to your objectives. As guard dogs can detect Thancred even when swift deception is active, you can use a bewilderment bomb to distract them and sneak past unnoticed. Conversely, bewilderment bombs have no effect on Magitech or soldiers, so take care to choose the right tool in the situation. Okay. Commence mission.
Keep your wits about you. It's time. We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count.
Oh fuck, oh shit, oh fuck, oh shit. Okay, I'm not good at these kinds of games.
Must be losing my touch. Damn, spotted.
I'm not good at these games.
Seven hells.
Okay, so I can't go around that way. Fuck, alright. So they don't work on those two. I'm probably gonna have to redo this one. I've already fucked up a lot at the beginning. Okay. Cool.
This is Thancred.
Oh boy. I'm like really tense right now.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned. Head to the control terminal. It should be to the northwest.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point.
Oh shit, oh fuck, oh shit, oh fuck, oh shit, oh fuck. Oh fuck. Okay, oh shit. Ah, shit. Oh, 84. Oof. There's 2 of them. Okay, I'm just waiting for that slasher to move. Okay. Ah, damn it. I'm in 90 now. Your mission has ended in failure. Jesus. Do I have to start all the way the fuck over? Come on. This is way difficult. I'm not good at these kinds of, like, games where you have to stealth and shit. That's not my forte. If it gives me the option, I would prefer to, like, just muscle my way through everything.
Keep your wits about you. It's time. We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count.
Come on. Don't fight the slashers and get everyone down before going for the mechs. Okay. Ooh! Ah, shit. Okay, so I gotta wait until this reloads. God damn it. This sucks! Oof.
This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned. Head to the control terminal. It should be to the northwest.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point.
Ah, fuck. Damn it. Oh fuck, I ran out. Come on, come on, come on. There we go. Please turn around. Please, thank God. So there's a slasher right there. Tempered Imperial. Okay. I'll go after you. Now that's the mystery right there. There's a Tempered Imperial with a guard dog and a Magitech Slasher. If I can take any other path than that, I will. But there's a tight group of soldiers over here. Oh fuck! Am I gonna have to end up fighting some of them? They're not moving.
Must be losing my touch.
This might be a move that's required to fight. Fuck! God damn it. I have to take out the other side. Come on, move along, Slasher. Move along.
Damn, spotted.
Come on, come on, come on. So what happens when I throw it here? So they aren't sensitive to that. Cool. Is that all I... Oh my god, okay. Oh, fuck.
You are returned, and none the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
Yeah, I am, like, my hands are cold, they feel clammy, like, alright. Okay.
What news from our comrades?
They stand at the ready.
Excellent. Then let the fireworks begin.
A few months later, the rear of the Isabard's contingent supply caravan. Okay.
The blizzard's beginning to clear.
That's good.
The Vanguard should be engaging the Imperials any moment now. If they haven't already.
This is where things go to shit, right?
The others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be alright, but...
That's a dog.
Wait! Something's coming!
Some dogs and some Magitech.
Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts. Keep them away from the carriages! We lose those, and we're as good as dead!
Alright. Doom, 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 doom. Alright.
Fighters! Protect the others!
Oh shit. I accidentally opened up File Explorer.
A brief respite, but stay alert. Keep the carriages safe.
Who's the squishiest one here?
What impeccable timing! Fear not, friends! The savior of Ishgard is here!
Get all the side people down so that way we can have them all focused on the front.
A fine display, but the other carriages are still in danger.
I know, Amanda Lane.
Go on ahead. We'll hold the line.
We're the only ones still struggling. Time we put our backs into it then. I've been itching for a good scrap.
Last one, it looks like. Come on. We're almost there. Couple more good hits in.
You lot alright back there? We're fine and ready for more.
Good.
Hear that?
No.
Get to the front and turn the tide.
Yep, and... Okay. That means literally get to the front, I guess. Meanwhile, on the front line...
Removed from the field was not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
It's nothing that won't heal in time. The trouble is, their tempering has made them utterly fearless. Subduing them would be easier if they had the capacity to submit in the first place.
I mean, that's true.
Well, this is the path our young charges would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
That I did.
Come on, Lise. Punch him into submission! Oh, of course. Of course there hadn't... Or, I guess all three of them are. I was thinking he was alone. Yo.
That's Vigilia. Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
Okay. Why don't you?
There's no end to them.
Here comes me.
I was wondering when you turn up. There's no stopping us now. Come on, let's show them what we're made of.
All right, Dream Crew coming in.
We have them now. Forward! Right! Let them have it!
Ah, fuck. I used the wrong one. I wanted the AoE. Go, Pippin! Oh, here comes the Legatus.
Do not fall behind!
Damn, she's chunky as shit. Whoa. Take position. Oof. There we go. Whoo! Go on, Sadu. Come on, Magna.
Tremble before the sun!
Hell yeah, you two. You can just hear Lisa's feet just pat, pat, pat.
A worthy adversary.
That was delayed as shit. Okay.
Rest, recover, reclaim yourself. Then we will fight again, to the death. Sadu Hatun.
Aw, Magni.
That was the last of them. The day is ours, thanks to your timely arrival. What of the supply caravan? Outmaneuvered, but not outmatched. Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades. And soon we shall arrive at the capital.
Magni. Serena and Sadu. Perfect match. I really hope that there's a romance there.
So cold and unforgiving. Thus spoke Emperor Solus as he gazed upon his barren domain. "800 years it had been since the Garleans first set foot here. Bested by the Kavosi, after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes. In that garden of desolation, they clung to one another for warmth, freezing, hungry, desperate, hated.
Is that an aetheryte?
The chosen, forsaken. In the year 1513 of the 6th Astral Era, a young legatus named Solus single-handedly sparked the Magitech Revolution. How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum? Once a common, soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks? Like so many others, those who knew the truth are gone. Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself, far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes, far colder indeed. Bitterly so.
Here we are. Garlemald.
Not so much as a whisper.
The roads leading beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
A buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
We can consider the question after we have made camp. If we spend any longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand. The tempered Imperials, too.
This will be our temporary base of operations. Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
If we're planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps. But enough of this. To work, everyone!
Welcome to broken glass, I guess. That is an aetheryte. Alphino? In spite of the obstacles we faced, our plan proceeds apace. Just a little farther and we will reach the capital itself. Still, we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. As soon as the camp has been made fit for purpose, we are to discuss a course of action with Lucia. Would you mind asking Y'shtola and Graha to join us in that building to the northeast of the camp? Alize and I will meet you there. Meeting? Yes, I'll make my way over once my head is cleared. In truth, I have been feeling out of sorts since we arrived. The air is thick with a palpable aura of malevolence. 'Tis the monstrous tower on the horizon, jagged, hideous, unholy. Even at this distance, its presence is overwhelming. Much like the sensation I felt in the Tower of Zot, only far more terrifying. Ether flows unceasingly towards it, converging into a swirling mass of unfathomable power. For a blessing, the constant chill in the air is helping to anchor my senses in the here and now. Tell the others I shall be with you in a few moments. Okay. You will be pleased to know most of the Tempered have been quartered inside the nearby buildings and are receiving treatment as we speak. I do, however, feel no small amount of guilt for commandeering civilian homes. The occupants may be long gone, but everything is exactly as they left it. Considering the length of time that has clearly passed since, one would expect to find them ransacked. Strangely, there are no signs of anything having been stolen. It's possible that everyone fled at the first sign of trouble, though it seems to me they left far too many useful possessions behind. Aye, although there is no conclusive evidence, I strongly suspect they were tempered. Sorry, I was merely thinking aloud. You mentioned a meeting? I will make my way there. Thank you for informing the others of our meeting. When everyone is here, we will begin.
Our present situation is as follows. Efforts to aid the people of Garlemald have begun in earnest. Moreover, having entered into the capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
But before we proceed further, we must learn what has befallen this city. For therein lies the key to understanding and combating the Telophoroid's designs.
I have a suggestion, if I may. Several of the Imperial soldiers we captured on the Magna Glaciers are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine. Once we have cured them of their tempering, they should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's downfall.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers in their ministrations. Of course, I will require a porpsy of my own, assuming you can spare one.
Would you like a hand?
No, I am sure we will manage. Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twill be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
This talk of curing the tempered is all well and good, but I reckon the cold is a more pressing concern. All the houses round here are fitted with ceruleum heaters that could keep us warm and toasty. Problem is the machines seem to have given up the ghost, and if we keep sitting around, freezing our asses off, we'll be next. My smiths reckon that with the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't be easy.
Fetch quests, it sounds like.
The machinist will assist them in the repairs.
The rest of us should either stand watch or survey the area.
We've made our presence known to the Telothroi. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position. That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so. However, I suspect they may be biding their time.
Or perhaps we are beneath their notice.
In any event, we'll find no answers standing around here. Urianger, Estinian and myself have visited Garlemald recently, so we'll lead the reconnaissance efforts. Perhaps bolstered by a few Bosnian and Dalmatian scouts from my previous excursion for good measure.
Don't forget about us Alamegans. We have experienced scouts of our own.
Well now, this is turning out to be a rather sizable team. With such numbers, we should be able to cover a wide area with relative ease, including that surrounding the Imperial Palace. How about you, Graha? I have a feeling we'll find a use or two for that vanishing spell of yours.
'Twould be my honor to be of service, though I doubt that you of all people need rely on my tricks.
That leaves us with guard duty.
As a matter of fact, I have something else in mind for the two of you and Alphino.
Oh?
Between here and the center of the capital lies the Eblan Rhine. I would have you search the area for survivors. Your keen sense of direction, honed in your extensive travels, should prove useful in navigating the ice fields.
If there are any survivors, we will surely find them. No need to be sarcastic at a time like this.
I have faith that you will, and look forward to greeting you on your safe return. You all have your duties. Let us make haste. May the Fury bless and keep you.
Oh boy, okay. Okay. Gods be good if it's this cold with Tataru's clothing. I dread to think how we'd fare without it. I must remember to thank her when we next meet. It makes me realize, too, that while the people of Garlemald have spent their whole lives in conditions like these, even they'd be hard-pressed to survive away from the warmth of their homes. If there were any survivors, we must find them, and quickly. Good idea. Manelaine? Manelaine is, as usual, milling about aimlessly. What ho, chums? Been given something to do, have you? As it happens, I too have been ordered to make myself useful. Sounds like a rather tall order. Ahem, since you ask, we're to scour the Eblin Rime for survivors. What? Wander around ice fields on the off chance you'll find someone? You take forever to finish the job without the benefits of my expertise, or more specifically, my telescope. Come, friends, I know just the spot to begin our search. Well, at least he's making himself useful. What did you say? I'll probably regret this, but we may well humor him. Are there ether currents here? Oh. Ah, okay, there it is. How many Aetherites are there around here? 2. Okay. I spy, with my little telescope, a massive sheep thing? Or maybe it's a cow. Not what we're after, either way. Is that an ether current? No, just a wind sprite. Other than that, it's all snow, snow, snow. Below, what do I see over on yon hillock? There's no mistaking it, that's a girl! A survivor? Show me! Over there, behind that tree. Looks like she's running away from something, though surely it's not us. She wouldn't even know we're here unless she had a telescope like mine. All I can tell is that she's wearing a pale green dress, a rather fetching one at that. Not the time, Manelaine! She'll be long gone by the time we get anywhere near, but we should be able to follow her footprints. I'll let Lucia know where you're heading. Oh, and take these warming tinctures with you. The poor girl must be chilled to the bone, if not on the verge of freezing to death. That's actually very thoughtful, thank you. But won't you need some for yourself? No, I'll be fine. As a man of chivalry, my honor demands I do no less, unless we forget the very reason we are here is to protect those in need. Now go, and Godspeed! Alright. This way. Fresh footprints lead east. Ah, there it is. These footprints appear to be in the same as those you saw previously, and they lead towards the building. We're getting closer, I'm sure of it. At first we thought she'd gone inside the building, but the door doesn't look to have been opened in some time. She might still be nearby, so we'll keep looking around here. Then again, it's also possible that she ran right past this place. Would you mind searching up ahead? Sure. It looks like there's a cutscene here. Okay. Okay. Oh, and what's that red? Oh no, those are berries, I think. Hello? The girl in green dress anxiously surveys her surroundings. Were you to call out to her from this distance, it might attract wild beasts to your location. It would be safer to get closer first, but you must do so without drawing her attention. Follow the girl from a safe distance. The objective will end in failure if you are noticed. Make use of cover such as rocks to approach her without being seen. Similarly, the objective will also end in failure if you fall too far behind. Okay. So far, so good. Ah, fuck. God damn it, alright. Another stealth mission. Pant. Okay. There's an enemy I can hear very close by. I must be imagining things. Yes, sure you are. You gonna turn around? There you go. Those beasts spot me, I'm done for. I feel like a stalker. I hope my luck holds. If you keep talking like that, it's not. You're gonna jinx yourself, bitch. Gotta keep going, they're all depending on me. Let's head up here. Just a little farther. Alright. Oh, there's trains. This is it, the final spurt. Okay. Duty complete. Phew, still in one piece. Hey, girl in green. Who are you? Stay back. This house is packed with explosives. Take another step and I'll blow this place sky high. Whoa, calm down. Please, we just want to talk. I'm Alphino. This is my sister Alize, and our good friend Ira. We have no intention of hurting or taking anything from you or anyone else. I give you my word. We and our comrades have come to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. Aid? You savages are the ones responsible for all of this. You did this to us. What? We didn't, I promise you. One of the other reasons we came was to find out what happened here, in fact. The Telophoroi are the ones to blame. They're the ones who laid waste to Garlemald, and they won't stop until they've destroyed the entire world. They're the enemy. Our enemy. On our way we encountered Imperial soldiers who had been made their thralls. Those poor souls are now in our care, and we are striving to cure them of their affliction. You're the first person we've met who wasn't already enslaved. How were you able to escape the Telophoroi's influence? Are there any others like you? I'm sorry, I don't mean to overwhelm you. Let's start with introductions. Can you tell me your name? My name is Licinia. As for how I've managed to stay sane, I've been asking myself the same question, ever since that night and the roar, that terrible roar, and then the screams. I was screaming too, I think. I'm not sure. I can't remember. Then came the silence. Everything was still. It was like waking up from a nightmare. I thought that maybe the fighting had stopped, so I stepped outside. If your hells are real, I saw one that today. I saw one that day. I ran past friends, people I'd known all my life, eyes vacant, dead, staring at the sky. Others were mad and violent. I saw them struggle with soldiers, but didn't stay to watch. I fled as far as my legs would take me. Do you have family here? Is this their home? No, this is Victor's Spoils, a mansion for retired soldiers. Or it was. But now me and my few others are, borrowing it. As for the explosives, I was making that up. I just wanted to keep everyone else safe, and I didn't know if you were The truth is our supplies are running low. You said you're here to help. Can you? Of course! Whatever assistance we can provide, we will. Thank you. I'd better tell the others first, though. Wait here. This is everyone. Licinia says you can be trusted, but these are desperate times. We'd be fools to let foreign troops into our home. Having said that, were you to provide us with means of heating the place, as a sign of goodwill, perhaps we could take you at your word. If that's too much to ask, then leave us be. Time to put my firewood gathering skills to use. Could you provide the spark with a little magic, Alize? We'll have a fire burning in no time. May we build it under that gazebo? The what? Oh, you mean the bower. Yes, yes, do as you will. Licinia doesn't seem to entirely trust us yet. Wow, lots of sound effects. Holy shit. Alright, I'm going to go grab some water real quick. I'm not going to put the be right back sign up because I literally am just walking out the room to fill up my cup. I'm just going to go and hope that nothing serious happens, like disconnecting from the server for no real reason, because that would be bad. I got my water, so I can sit back down. I can see that nothing's changed, which is good. I'm going to Mio the shit out of this thing, because I was able to get some Mio. Oh, God. Mio is so good. I forgot how good this was. The last time I had Mio was, like, early high school. Do I have anything to mix this Mio with? I guess not. Anything at all? This pen will do. Perfect. Got some hydration back, and this is the caffeinated Mio too, which is nice. Caffeinated Mio. I'm just gonna go ahead and take this time to spread my spread the links again. Check up on Discord. Make sure nothing's burning. Nothing seems to be burning to the ground, which is good. Alright. Licinia? Licinia's inner turmoil is writ plain on her face. Sorry, I'm still finding it hard to come to terms with all that's happened. Now that you're here, though, I'm hoping things might change for the better. You know, I've worked up quite a sweat from all that running about, so I'll leave space around the fire for the others. As you can tell, they're in a far worse state than me. We are planning to look for somewhere warmer with more food, but they're not going anywhere until we nurse them back to health, which I don't know how to do. Is there anything you can do to help them? Speak with Alphino. Oh, Alfie. Where are you? Up in the gazebo, I guess. The radio's still playing? Hey, I've seen you before. I saw you at the at Charlian. Shiny Lucario. Ooh. Do. Okay. Kind of like a little dreary lo-fi version of the, what's it called? The Garlean theme. Okay. I can treat their frostbite and their wounds, but it will take time for the fire to do its work. Now would be a good occasion to make use of Manalane's tinctures, the ones that can warm the body from the inside out. Would you make sure everyone gets one? The numbness is beginning to subside, though I suspect once the fire dies, it will return with a vengeance. Do. Warming tincture? I've never heard of such a thing. No harm in trying. But tell me, have you heard aught of the city? Though calling it that seems absurd after what's happened, it's nothing but ruins now. The few buildings still standing offer no more than meager protection from wind and snow. Food production, water purification, the magitech that sustained us has come to a grinding halt. What Machina that remains operational cannot be run for lack of ceruleum. Of course, Cerulia Ingens is full of the stuff. For all the good it does us, no one here knows the first thing about extraction or refinement. All is well, yes, never better. Being gifts from the notoriously unreliable Amanalane, it is highly doubtful this concoction will have the intended effect. If only there were willing, and more importantly, unwitting volunteers on whom to test it. Oh, what sweet libation is this? Is it poison by any chance? Ha ha ha, 'twas a joke, Ha 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 ha. If I laughed, 'tis that I may not weep, so said the poet. And alas, my tears would freeze on my cheek ere they fell. We are the blessed damned to bear witness to the fall of the great empire, while our brethren lay dead, or live on as puppets of flesh. First came the war, then came the roar. When the morning came, Garlemald was no more. In a cacophony of gunfire, explosions, and screams was our beloved capital razed to the ground. From the rubble rose the disheveled remnants, their lavish finery caked in ash as they shuffled mindlessly towards the palace. Each bearing a fragment of stone or metal, an offering perhaps to the architect of our destruction. A new, hopeful few tried to reason with the deranged, only to be beaten for their kindness. But I knew better than to plead with the horde. I fled with my health, if not my conscience, preserved. Now I wait with my fellow cowards for our final judgment. Dark. What do you want? A tincture. May as well drink it, I suppose. This is a radio. You don't have them where you come from, I take it. We use them to listen to messages sent by others, even over great distances. There are different types, but this model is by far the most popular. Made with quality components, crafted with the finest ore, sourced from Locus Amonis, that is. Not all that useful since the capital fell into ruin. The people at the broadcasting station must have either fled or ended up like all the others, because all we've been hearing is the same music being played over and over again. Home Beyond the Horizon. An ode to the brave men and women sent to reclaim our ancestral homeland in Locus Amonis. We may have founded an empire in these frozen wastes, but we always hoped to take back what once was ours. 'Tis a solemn reminder that though we must suffer great hardship, better days will surely come. Despite everything, I believe that Emperor Varus yet lives, and that he speaks to us through our radios. It was a cunning strategy, faking his murder. He must have foreseen this catastrophe and chosen to conceal himself, that he may one day make his triumphant return. Yes, I'm sure of it. Emperor Varus would not be defeated so easily. Patriotic to a fault. Okay, well, let's give a potion to Licinia. What's that? So this is what you gave the others? Thank you, I'll save it for later. Actually, I have a few things to ask you. Are you part of the group staying in Laturum? I saw Legatus Vergilia's troops heading towards the Magna Glacies a few days ago. Are they the ones you encountered? Camp Broken Glass, you call it. And Vergilia and all her men are there now. How did you reach the Magna Glacies? Did you cross the mountains on foot? Airships. Then there might be a way to... Licinia? Where is everyone? Is something the matter? There's someone in there, isn't there? A voice from inside, you say? You must be imagining things. Everyone's out here. Perhaps a baby Almasti has found its way into the house. It wouldn't be the first time. Without the soldiers to scare them off, the wild animals have been roaming closer to the settlements. Some have been known to attack people, too. I've just had an idea. If you and yours are strong enough to defeat a legatus, then surely a few beasts shouldn't pose a threat. If you've a mind to continue helping us, perhaps you could head to the other side of the lake. There's a small group of tappers living there, people whose job was to extract ceruleum. They still do, from what we can tell. I've already tried asking if they would share their fuel with us, but they're not willing to give it away. They want food in exchange. Lots of food. That's something we don't have and can't get on our own. On top of that, to even reach their den, we'd have to make our way past all those creatures. Would you be willing to go at our place? We only need enough ceruleum to last until the others are strong enough to travel to your camp. If the offer still stands, that is. Oh, and I don't expect you to give up your own supplies, but there might be another way to pay the tappers. You'd best watch out for baby Almastes while we were away. Yes, of course. If I see any, I'll be sure to shoo them away. To reach Tapper's Den, you'll have to cross the lake. The ice is thick enough to support a person's weight, but if you'd rather not take the risk, you'll need to take the long way around. Finding the entrance can be a bit tricky too, so it's easier to just look for someone standing guard outside. However you decide to head there, please be careful. Is there another person in here somewhere? Let's head over and get this over with. Let's just chomp down on some shit first. Who goes there? How did you find us? What do you mean I stand out like a sore thumb? If the purebloods over at Victor's Spoils hadn't given away our location, you'd never have found us. Those stuck-up arseholes thought they could come waltzing in here demanding ceruleum with nothing to offer in return. Ha! Looks like the boot's on the other foot now that the capital's gone to shite. So they've resorted to sending you to negotiate. I know your game sells sword. If they think we'll give in to intimidation, they've got another thing coming. Am I dead yet? There you are. Just after you left, Licinia asked me to go and catch up with you in case you needed a hand. Someone must have let it slip that I have a little experience in transporting barrels of ceruleum. So this is Tapper's Den. Well then, after you. Who are you? What happened to the guards? Eorzeans and rebels here to save the people of Garlemald? That doesn't make any goddamn sense! Why in the hells would you pass up this chance to put those Imperial bastards to the sword? Let me guess, none of you are Garlean. You were brought here from other lands. Girabanya, Yansha, Baja, Dalmasca, to name but a few. Some dragged here against our wills, other fed bollocks about a better life, all put to work extracting ceruleum. All given the esteemed title of An, placing us firmly on the bottom rung of the ladder. But the old hierarchy means nothing to the new Garlemald, says we. About the only thing that's escaped more or less unscathed is Cerulia Ingens, still sustaining us even with our paymasters out of the picture. But we hear you're experts in drawing up ceruleum from the bottom of the lake, but how can you do that if it's frozen over? Ha! Wouldn't you like to know? Trade secrets, I'm afraid. At any rate, it's not as if ceruleum is used for much these days, what with the city in ruins. We take enough to power our heaters and save the surplus for later. Though it helps stave off the cold, it does sod all about our hunger unless we can trade it away. Speaking of which, be sure to tell your contingent we've got ceruleum by the barrelful. If they're interested, we'll exchange it for whatever provisions they're willing to spare. We can certainly ask, but if you're all free to go now, why carry on living here? Free to go? Go where? Even if we managed to get back to our homelands, there'd be nothing left for us, thanks to the Empire. The knowledge and skills we acquired working here would be practically useless outside of Garlemald. So we're staying for the time being. Long as there's need for ceruleum, we'll find a way to get by, even if Garlemald as we knew it has gone for good. Gone for good? Regardless of what the Ilsabard contingent does for the people of Garlemald, the Empire itself is always a thing of the past. For many, what would be a cause for celebration, while others, their whole way of life will have been turned upside down. After all the atrocities committed in the Empire's name, perhaps it is for the best that it is consigned to history. But what of the ordinary people, their lives, their stories? Should they be forgotten too? I suppose there'll be plenty of time to ponder that later. For now, let's see about getting some ceruleum. And I'll get myself a good pair of pants! Whoop! Reset gear list. There we go. Jarek is amenable to making a deal. So, you've come seeking ceruleum, have you? What? Those purebloods up at Victor's Spoils sent you? To turn to their enemies for help. They must be more desperate than I thought. Then again, Lysinia's got her little sister to think about. A sister? But we only saw Lysenia and 3 men. It's possible she died from whatever was ailing her. If she needed treatment, I doubt there'd be any way to get it around here. I may have refused Lysenia at first, thinking she'd come back with something to exchange, but I can spare them a bottle's worth of ceruleum. Consider it a reward for introducing me to the rest of your contingent. Be sure to send them our way, you hear? I can't for the life of me think why Lysenia would keep her sister a secret from us, but we can ask about that later after we've delivered the ceruleum. Come on, let's hurry back. Alrighty. Well, it seems I got a Discord notification somewhere. Alright, nothing important. Alright. Do, 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 do. No, thank you. No, thank you still. I had to tell my girlfriend about how Alphino's a master debater, since that was confirmed in lore. Just pause here for a second. Alright. I can see people doing the tracking quest. This isn't right. It's too quiet. I would have thought Alphino would still be treating them by the fire, but they're nowhere to be seen. I'll look inside the house while you search outside. They can't have gone that far. Oh, hello. They asked me to help carry supplies, but when I followed them back here, they attacked me. Caught me off guard, forced me to defend myself. I fear they fared worse than me. You can't fool us, we know what you're about. Vultures, that's what you are, waiting in the wings for us to show weakness, then in you swoop. Here to help, what rot. All a ploy to make us lower our guard. Let you in, put ourselves at your mercy, put us in chains, steal our lands, get your revenge. You're wrong, that's not what any of us want. Save the arguments for later, we've got bigger problems. I found empty medicine bottles in a bed that was still warm. It's true, Lucinia was hiding her sick sister inside the house. But now there's no sign of either of them. Where are they? Where did they go? Away from you and yours. If you think I'll tell you, you're a fool. I never give up my people. We're trying to help, you idiot! Her sister's ill. The empty bottles prove it. So the medicine ran out, or she put it in her pockets to make it easier to carry. Or to avoid the sound of clinking glass. There are beasts everywhere. How could you let them go alone? To protect them from you. Ah, fuck off. You invade our homeland, taint it with the same sorcery used to slay our countrymen. A Garlean should sooner die than suffer the insult. Better for them to flee, keep their purity intact, than be corrupted by our vile magics. We were waiting for a chance to free them since the moment you arrived. This is getting us nowhere. I cannot say how Lucinia and her sister will react when we find them, but find them we must. Go on without me, both of you. I first need to tend to my injuries, and theirs. I will join you in the search after. Alright, be careful. We'll do our best to find them quickly. There's only one path out of here, so that's where we'll start. Alright. What a shit show. Two sets of fresh footprints, young women, judging by the size. It's definitely them. Come on. Oh, excuse me. Come on. Get up on there. Here we go. The trail stops at the frozen lake. Perhaps they chose this route as not to leave footprints. I can't think of any other reason. Look at this place, it's crawling with beasts, and I can only imagine how hard it must be for her ailing sister to cross the ice. We could really do with Alphino's help, but we can't afford to wait for him. Let's split up and look for clues. It's quite the expanse. I'm just looking for sparklies. Whoa, what's that? Hello. What the fuck? Ah, there it is. An empty bottle smells faintly of alcohol. The thin coating of dirt indicates it's been there for some time and is unlikely to have any connection with Licinia or her sister. Fuck! Well, shit. Or by the pipes, maybe? Hey, there's something. Half-buried piece of paper. The wet paper, half buried in snow, appears to be a flyer for a theater group, though the run of shows advertised has long since ended. Oh boy. Oh, there's something. Fresh blood. Okay, that seems more likely. The blood staining the snow appears to be fresh, judging by the amount the victim may have been severely wounded. The trail of blood leads southeastwards. We have our heading. You better not have died on me, you two. The two bodies are already cold. Fuck! Come on, Alize, use your revivify magics.
Blood trail. We found one. They were attacked. No. Why wouldn't they?
Safer to brave the wilds than trust in our magic. We should have... I should have... We can't leave them like this. We have to take them home.
What if we're only making it worse?
Maybe we don't belong here, but neither do they. Not out here in the wind and the cold. I heard the story about Varus's voice from beyond the grave. Of course, I didn't believe it, but Licinia and her sister did. Perhaps there is something to the tale after all. I want to understand, so I'm going to borrow this for a while, if that's all right. You had every reason not to trust us. We came as trespassers, invaders. But I pray that in time, we will be more than that to you. that we will find a way to help your loved ones. And see that no more children are left to freeze alone in the snow.
God, this is fucked. There must have been something we could have done. But what? Should we have never come here? Would they still believe if... Would they still be alive if we hadn't? A way forward. Alphino's resolve may be shaken, but he has not forgotten his duty. We have already caused enough harm here. Let us return to the camp before we cause any more. As far as for those inside the house, we should send someone to take care of them. Someone who isn't us. All we can do for now is to make our report to Lucia, and do everything in our power to prevent further tragedy. So let us linger here no more. Come. Damn, this shit's fucked. Alize and Alphino tell me they have finished their preliminary search for survivors, but refrained from saying much more than that. Clearly they are reluctant to provide details. Might I ask for your account?
Thank you for your report. We shall inform the troops of these developments, and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the victor's spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
I pray you are right. And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
I am sorry to have put you through this.
My distress is nothing compared to their suffering. So tell me, what else have we learned?
As you may have already heard, we have succeeded in curing the members of the Populares, Maxima identified. They have provided us with some intriguing insights into the current state of Garlemald. The assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war. Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it. Fighting broke out in the capital, where Nerva's 3rd Legion clashed with the 1st, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
Of course, even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad. Unless something or someone inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but act against their better judgment.
It brings to mind events at the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front lines, specifically. Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus's then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Zenos had been possessed by a demon.
Elidibus, what better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
Indeed. But before their accusations could be substantiated, many of Titus's followers were silenced. While some were merely stripped of their status, others died under curious circumstances. One after another, suddenly and suspiciously.
Again, Elidibus. Like as not, he had a hand in it. No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly. Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the Third Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies. And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil, Varus Sosgalvus is murdered.
It's just one after another.
Gaius van Belsar is named the murderer. Shortly thereafter, Nerva claims the right of succession, and in response, the First Legion claims the assassination was part of a coup d'etat orchestrated by Titus and Nerva.
So no one is at fault, and everyone else is to blame.
I should add that both parties received substantial financial backing, presumably to provide them with the means and encouragement to pursue a swift victory, and that these contributions came from the self-same benefactor.
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the Third Legion's coffers, but the First as well.
It would seem so. Though the Populares determined that the First Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, all had connections to House Brutus.
Huh.
So Fandaniel, in the guise of Asahi, was playing both sides against each other the entire time.
The information we gained from my friends does not end there. One night, shortly after fighting broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense tremor. From that point onward, they have no memories, no recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers. But when asked about the Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation, they somehow recall Emperor Varus giving them orders in their dreams. May the Tower of Babel stand as testament to the glory of Garlemald.
This sounds awfully familiar.
Sounds biblical is what it does.
We have something to show you all.
Varus spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
We are of one mind, then.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
Oh.
I see it. While it is likely more by coincidence than design, these devices might also ward against a primal's influence. A picture is beginning to form. If the tremor felt throughout Garlemald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal, then while those within range would have been tempered, those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
That's fucking strange. Cyrna?
My friends, I must speak with you. A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He is a soldier of the Iron Men, we think, but one who has not been made thrall.
Okay.
Thankfully, Magni restrained him before blood was spilled. The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
I think we do.
Who do we have here?
Garleans? Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
You talk a lot of shit for a rip-off Kingdom Hearts character.
I am Lucia Junius, a Temple Knight of Ishgard. And you are?
Julius Pier Norbanus. And that's all you invaders will get from me.
Pierre, a new
We are not here
rank
to
that I've heard.
invade Garlemald. Far from it. Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak. But it is the people of Garlemald who have suffered most. This we know. And that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe. Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, answer me this. Why would a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths.
Come on, answer the question.
We would gladly share ours, or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
I will not negotiate. My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours. If you wish to treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
I don't much like the sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the 2 of us and...
Alphino.
Please allow me and Alize to act as envoys.
May I ask why?
We have seen with our own eyes the hardships the Garleans face. How their futures and lives hang in the balance.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true. Maybe not a chance to make things right, but a chance to make them better.
Hey, they have matching jackets. That's cute. I just realized. What would your mother say if I let you 2 go by yourselves?
I can see that persuading you otherwise is a lost cause, but you will proceed with the utmost care.
Oh, come on. It's us 3 you're talking to. Wait, I can see how that's cause for more concern.
Couple of children, what? A sellsword? Is this an insult?
Hey, you better watch your mouth. You're talking to an icon slayer, bitch.
Not in the least. You will find that they are more than qualified to speak on our behalf.
There are many dangers on the road ahead. I will need that back.
You'll be received as invited guests, and so I urge you to observe proper social etiquette and conduct yourselves accordingly. Your safe return takes precedence above all else. Remember this. Thancred, in particular, will be worried sick. If you're gone too long, may the Fury watch over and keep you. Observe Thancred. Okay, so Thancred will be watching. Are you and the children ready? I will explain the route once we are outside your camp. If anyone attempts to follow us, we will judge it an act of hostility. We will not hesitate to take appropriate measures. I would expect nothing less. You have our full cooperation. Fucking bitch boy. Alright, this is far enough. Listen carefully. We head over that hill, then follow the road until we reach Liminal Station 4. Children in the lead. I want you where I can see you. We do have names, you know. I'm Alize and he's Alphino. And last but not least, there's Ira. Ira, where have I heard that before? No matter. Alphino and Alize will watch the road ahead while we bring up the rear. I wasn't lying about there being many dangers, so you're to run, not saunter, run towards the station. If you even think about going for your weapon, the deal's off. Should any creatures bar the way, we go around them. Once you choose to depart, Julius will accompany you. Alphino and Alize will begin moving towards the destination. Make your way to Liminal Station 4 without falling behind. If you leave Julius behind for any reason or lose sight of Alphino and Alize, ready to make the dash for the station? Sure. So we just keep running, right? We'd better not draw attention, you say. That's the station, I presume? Okay, we made it. This is it. The first stop, that is. Good. It looks like your friends knew better than to follow us. Are these your headquarters? No, we're stopping here so I can check for pursuers. Since it appears you've kept your side of the bargain, we can carry on. North of the station is Regio Demorum, one of the main residential areas, or at least it was. The afflicted roam the streets in packs. They'll tear us to shred if given the chance. Keep close, no wandering off. Understood? Alright. I think I got the full... No, I still need the gloves. But then I'll have the full set for this. The last bastion. Julius knows only too well that danger lurks around every corner. Alright. From here we'll be heading northeast, keeping to the left of the railway. While the route itself is straightforward, getting past the hordes unseen is anything but. Keep your weapons at the ready. They would attack their own countrymen. Aye, they spare their own, but slaughter the rest without hesitation. Though we'll try to avoid detection, the chances of sneaking by completely unnoticed are slim at best. I will lead the way, but in the event we are seen, you're to fight them off. Those two will follow us, provided they can refrain from drawing their weapons. While I doubt they would be foolish enough to stab their guide in the back, I will not take the chance. With that said, let us proceed. Okay. So we got train tracks. Come on. I see why your comrades chose you. Julius, our contingent has a cure for the afflicted, or the tempered as we call them. Your people would need to be taken into custody that we may administer the treatment, but they would eventually regain their sanity. Is that so? For all I know, your treatment would simply force them to forsake one master for another. As far as I and my legion are concerned, they are no longer our people. They're beyond saving. Those who thought differently and tried to reason with them were butchered for their bleeding hearts. Come, we have to keep moving. Oh, I think I see the next fight here. Oh, very bright, very bright. Looks like we're not being followed. We will continue onward. I meant what I said. These people deserve only death. I stayed my hand before only out of desire to remain undiscovered. And that is still the higher priority. We should continue to avoid any unnecessary confrontations. Keep following the railway. Do 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 do. Ba 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 da. Ba 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 da ba da ba da ba da ba da da. Ba ba da ba da ba da ba da da ba da ba 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 da ba da ba da 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 da. Da 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 da. Look at what they have become. Would you still stand there and claim that they can be cured? Those exposed to a vast quantity of a primal's ether may suffer severe corruption. Even with treatment, such victims are beyond salvation. Then you admit it. Now that you have seen these monstrosities for yourself, perhaps you will think twice before speaking of a cure. So these guys are just too far gone. Is it up there? Where's this aetherite? Maybe it's below. Okay, that sounds like a fun idea. We're almost there. You have kept your side of the agreement, so I will keep mine. This way. Oh shit! Oh shit! We actually do go below ground! Okay! This is Tertium, one of Garlemald's largest stations, now serves as our headquarters. I've already sent the twins ahead. I will be with you soon, so wait for me at the bottom of the stairs. That must be where the aetheryte is. I had no idea they had such expansive structures built underground. I can hear the radio playing in the background. It's plain to see why they chose this as their base operations. They could have done a lot worse. Even so, I imagine it's not the easiest place to live. Indeed, and if Julius was willing to make the perilous journey to Camp Broken Glass in search of food, their own supplies must be all but exhausted. They may be shielded from the wind and snow, but it's still bitterly cold. Much like Victor's spoils, it must be a constant struggle to keep their people warm. Lower your voices. While you may be here as my guests, the others will not take kindly to your presence. My commander is in the locomotive over there. I'm just gonna, take this aetheryte real quick. Aetheryte's not responding. Fuck! Julius, imposing commander.
These are their chosen representatives.
Very well. Let us hear what they have to say.
Yes, sir. I present to you our commander.
Yes.
Lord Quintus Van Kina, Legatus of the First Legion.
Oh shit.
The First? I had no idea you had survived.
We lost our emperor, our city, more than half our troops. For my wounds, I may never take the field again. But we survived, aye. In a manner much to your liking, I dare say.
We have no intention of adding to your misfortunes, nor do we bear you any ill will.
Spare me. Though you children may speak in earnest, overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war is inevitable. Driven from our ancestral homeland into this blasted waste. Yet still you yearned to rob us of our paltry scraps.
Why? We just want to help you, bitch.
Learn to keep your distance. Though we knew it was only a matter of time before you regrouped and returned. Conquest and empire were our only defenses. Emperors Solus and Varys understood this, and through their campaigns saw us grow and prosper. Much blood has been spilled in Garlemald's name, aye. But if it is a choice between yours and mine, then it is hardly a choice at all.
I mean, fair. But...
I do not deny that a great many conflicts throughout history were driven by the desire or necessity to gain by another's loss. That is not why we are here. Nor have we come to petition your aid in the war with the Telophoroi, grave though that threat may be. Our purpose is simply this. We wish to help you. Let us help you. If there is aught that can be done to ease your plight, we would be glad to do it.
Perhaps you would. But regardless of the ideals you espouse, your leaders would not send an army into Garlemald if they did not stand to benefit. If we accept their aid, they will expect their efforts to be rewarded once the Telophoroi are no longer a threat. And after compensation and concessions, the great empire would be brought to heel. Her enemies rejoice at her downfall. Our third eye, a mark of shame.
We won't stand idly by and let your people be humiliated. And we're not alone in that. We only want to make a difference, to make this world of ours better. Surely you can understand that. What I'm trying to say is, there are so many people who just don't care about making you suffer. And maybe that's almost insulting after all the suffering you feel the world has subjected your people to, but believe it or not, that's the truth. And now we're here, and all we're asking is for you to tell us what you want, what you hope for.
So much blood has been shed, so much lost, all because of this endless war. Who wouldn't want to end it? Can we not work together to face our problems as one?
Answer me this, young peacemakers. If a world without conflict is your desire, why reject the unity and prosperity of Garlemald? Is it because we do not share your faith? That we do not share your heritage? That our ideals and virtues differ? That we cherish and hold in the highest that which you do not? Disparity is the root of discord, and peace built on compromise is flawed and fleeting. Happiness for one and all is a dream, and the reality is that to the victor go the spoils. That is why we Garleans will never submit nor surrender. For freedom and for pride, we will remain true to ourselves until the bitter end. That is my hope.
That's a stupid-ass hope.
It seems there is nothing more to say on the matter. You will remain here while I decide what is to be done with you. Do not be alarmed. No harm will come to you if you cooperate.
No harm with all your weapons drawn? Alright.
We will not resist. However, as your guests, I ask that we be allowed to speak with the other members of your group.
As you wish. I had no intention of locking you up, as by dawn you would be frozen stiff and you're no good to me dead. You are free to move about the encampment, but there is one condition. Collar them.
Oh?
What are these?
Incentive. You'll be watched at all times. Stray too far or act suspiciously, and we will administer a rather painful shock. Stop. Keep away from that one. The champion of Eorzea is not so easily cowed.
Yeah, step the fuck back.
Even if he allowed himself to be collared, the shock would be no more than an itch. No. If he refuses to obey, we will activate the twins' restraints instead.
Fucking dirty, alright.
You needn't worry about us.
We'll forget we're even wearing them soon enough.
Even now, you still... Why go to such lengths? What is it all for?
On the coldest, blackest of nights, meager though it may be, we must share the warmth of our fire. There we go. Yeah.
You are a curious one. A far cry from the merciless barbarian others paint you to be.
My reputation is very skewed and oftentimes unrealistic.
You will be their warden. Take them away.
Yes, sir.
Jesus fuck, that's loud. Hey, level 83. Personae non gratae. Julius has his orders, unpleasant though they may be. As per Lord Quintus's instructions, I am to supervise you during your time here in Tertium. Before you ask, no, I don't have a key or any other means to remove your collars, nor would I tell you if I did. And if you try anything, you'll soon wish you hadn't. So, do you truly intend to speak with the others, or was that merely a ruse? We're in no hurry to disobey Lord Quintus, if that's what you mean. Or perhaps you doubt the wisdom of his decision. Do as you will, but remember I'll be watching. If I catch wind of you doing anything untoward, trying to trick our people into turning their coats and the like, those shock collars will be the least of your worries. Understood? Oh no, it's not Julius, it's Julius. Though we're somewhat compromised, to put it lightly, let's not waste this opportunity. I suggest splitting up and learning what we can of their situation, and above all else, don't use magics of any sort. You, on the other hand, may go wheresoever you wish, even outside the camp. I know full well I couldn't stop you if I tried. But do not forget, if you do anything to endanger us or our interests, Alphino and Alize will pay the price. Cizo? Hello. You came with Julius, didn't you? Well, whatever business brought you here, you'd best keep your hands off that aetherite. It's deactivated, but I'd rather you didn't mess about with it. There are others throughout the city, built by Garleans, for Garleans. Could teleport all over in the blink of an eye, provided there was a terminal nearby. These days, however, we use the aetherite's power to keep this place lit, though that comes at the cost of its normal function. Sabaneus. So cold. This younger soldier is on the verge of losing consciousness. Shit, alright. Octavia? It's you, Iravarian! I served under Lord Gaius in the 14th Legion. I was there on the night the Praetorium fell. You and your adventurers, you killed them. My comrades, my friends, swept them aside in their dozens as though they were nothing to you. And maybe I am too, just another faceless enemy to be cut down. But it won't be long until our countrymen return. Until you get what you deserve, mark my words. Maybe I should... Bloop. Just hide that for the time being. Make sure that no one gets the wrong idea. Now what is that thing? What keeps popping up? What are those purple circles? The radio is the same model as the one used at Victor's spoils. Perhaps it is what saved the soldiers here from being tempered. Okay. Marcellinus. I know who you are, the so-called champion of Eorzea. Come to gloat, have you? I'll wipe that smirk off your face. By the blood of our fallen compatriots, I swear I'll... Ugh. Damn, tore the sutures. Of all the times, the worst of the lot within striking distance, and I can't even muster the strength. If it weren't for the third bleeding us, we'd be the end of you. Vergilius' treachery nearly cost Lord Quintus his life, but we made our escape, took shelter in a mansion, tended to the wounded as we prepared to strike back. And then, night fell and we gathered around the radio. Then the roar, the terrible roar. The capital was in chaos, but we were spared. If you can call this a mercy, mind intact but body broken, the soldier in name alone. I'd cut you down where you stand if I could. If I could. Murderer. I'm starting to get the idea that these people don't like us. Did you learn anything of note? Then your findings are consistent with my own. Their plight is desperate indeed. The sick and injured are at greatest risk. Without warmth and proper nutrition, I fear they will soon perish. I realize there's precious little we can do for them at present, but I cannot bear to see them suffer. Please, will you help me tend to them? Will do. That's a child! No matter what may betide, I've my daughter, and that alone shall keep me from succumbing to even the darkest nights. Keep strong. Poppaea? I've never been this cold or this hungry in all my life. While Garlemald was built on frozen waste, the city itself was always a warm, inviting place. Now all we once had is in ruins. What the fuck is that thing? Why? What is it? I'm hoping that it's answered in due time. Who's there? My eyes, I can't see all that well. Thank you. The numbness has subsided a little. But I know I won't last much longer. You should look to the others who can still fight. Give them my ration. If me going hungry means someone else lives to see another day, so be it. At least I can still serve in that way. Would you stay with me a little longer? Hold my hand. Yours are so much warmer. Oh, shit. That one lady who said that I killed her friends, like she was part of the 14th, that kinda hurt. So those you met fare no better? I was afraid you would say that. Alpha, get the fuck off her face! No, no! Don't cheer! I know we were warned against meddling in their affairs, but we can't leave them like this. Perhaps we might gain permission to have the contingent deliver supplies. Quintus may have made his feelings on the matter quite clear, but even he must recognize they are not in a position to refuse help. Maybe Julius could persuade him, though we need to persuade Julius first. Alright, Julius. Let us help. Come on, buddy, let us help. Well, seen enough. Julius, the people here have barely enough food and fuel to survive. Have you and the other soldiers been able to procure any more supplies? We've been scavenging provisions from the nearby houses, as most families kept some stored away in the event they were snowed in. Still, going out and getting it is dangerous work, and we've a lot of mouths to feed. The fuel is the greater concern, though. We had some ceruleum set aside until it was stolen. We haven't identified the culprit. Could have been other refugees or one of the afflicted, for all we know. Either way, we're down to the last dregs. Without the heating they need, those in poor health are only going to get worse instead of better. If it's ceruleum you need, our contingent has secured a ready supply. We can have some sent over. We will not accept your charity. If we can hold on a little longer, the situation is sure to change. Aye, everything will change. One of your comrades mentioned something along those lines. Heard something of it, have you? Well, from what I've seen, there's little you could do to interfere, so there's no harm in telling you. One of our scouts spotted a hooded man issuing instructions to the afflicted, or in the bastard's words, loyal servants of the Telophoroi. Then he made his way inside the Imperial Palace, or what stands in its place. We'd identified the seat of the enemy's power, we realized. Lord Quintus dispatched a messenger to the 10th Legion saying as much, and instructed them to join forces with the provincial legions, to prepare for a combined assault on the Telophoroi. Once our allies arrive, your contingent will be running for the hills. Then we shall reclaim the capital by our own hand. And how do you intend to survive in the meantime? At this rate, many of your countrymen will perish long before reinforcements reach Garlemald. They need help now. Say the word and we will bring you ceruleum. I will speak with Lord Quintus. Yay, we're moving forward. We're getting shit done. Oh shit, look at all these notifications. God, my phone is always just going off with something or other. Luckily, most of it's not very important. So, did he agree to it? No. He will not place Garlemald in the debt of her enemies. I have, however, been ordered to search for ceruleum outside. As you are under my watch, you will come with me. Very well. After all, many hands make light work. You lot are more trouble than you're worth. Once we are outside, you will follow my instructions to the letter. We depart shortly. Julius finds himself in a somewhat bizarre position of leading ambassadors of an enemy contingent on a salvage mission. We will begin our search for ceruleum in Regio Urbanissima. The first location is Forum Soleus, a park to the northwest of this station. You are to remain close at all times and act only as ordered. Follow me. Okay. Do-do-do-do-do. Actually, the bike would be very fitting here, so let me just summon the bike up. Hello. So this is the park. I'm surprised they found space for one amongst all these buildings. Actually, the recreational areas came first. The houses were later built around them. A healthy society requires communal spaces for children to play and adults to socialize. This park was named after the founding father of the Empire, the great Solus Zosgalvus. Did we come to extract ceruleum from the wrecked Magitech armor? No, we've already drained it dry. Same goes for the rest of the Machina in the vicinity. But as our ceruleum has been stolen, we must scour the city for every last drop. And while I don't expect to find anything here, I've decided to try one more time, in case something has been overlooked. I see. Then with your permission, we will commence the search. So we gotta look hard. Oh, I see one over there, too. A cursory inspection of the wrecked Magitech armor confirms that the fuel canisters have long since rangers... Okay. Oh, there's a... Oh, there's a current up there. Shop counter. Meh. Though rather small by Garlean standards, the structure is reminiscent of a merchant's stall. Perhaps it was built for children to play at shopkeeper. There's nothing inside resembling Magitech or any other devices that would be fueled by ceruleum. I see an ether current! Map of Forum Soleus. Several points of interest are marked on the map of Forum Soleus. The pond, children play areas. To your knowledge, however, none would require the use of ceruleum. So we need to look for one more. Oh, there it is. Sparklies! The contraption is built in the style of Imperial War Machina, armed with a battery of weapons and capable of transforming into different configurations. But upon closer inspection, appears to be no more than a children's slide. Ugh, gross water. Oh, it's you. Any luck? There's no sign of any ceruleum. Hardly surprising, but disappointing nonetheless. I couldn't help noticing you gazing at the pond. Is something the matter? What? Yes, I mean, no. It's just, I used to bring my brother and sister here to play. The pond was heated to stop it from freezing over, so like all the other children, they had just had to wade in and splash about. Would have stayed there if I didn't drag them out. We'd be sopping wet when all was said and done. Every time. And every time when we'd get home, Mother would scold us, saying we'd catch our death walking around like that. The pond was heated. With a ceruleum-powered heater, by chance. I suppose it must have been. Come to think of it, I remember seeing engineers changing out a tank beneath a hatch. But that was a long time ago when the water still flowed clear and wasn't this brackish muck. We can't see a thing, and I can't remember where the hatch might be. With the machinery most likely broken, the amount of filth in there is probably the only reason it hasn't frozen over. I'd wager it's still unbearably cold, though. Julius, what are your thoughts on magic? The average Garlean would jump out of their skin if they saw it, but the first had a few foreign signiferi and medici, so it doesn't scare me. Then I take it you won't mind if I employ a little now. Alphino, as you have a knack for finding dry wood, why don't you bring me some? Once that's done, a blast of earth fire should do the trick. Leave it to me. You're not planning to go in there, are you? Of course I am. That tank isn't going to fetch itself. It's nothing so involved as extracting unprocessed ceruleum from a frozen lake like how the tappers do it. We're talking about a shallow pond in a park. We have a way of warming ourselves up after. But that's insane! Fancy a dip? A little friendly competition might make things interesting. Last one to find a ceruleum tank is a rotten egg, though I dare say we'll both smell like rotten eggs when this is over. Come up empty-handed to add ingredients of the ice we know. Okay. Chill to the bone. Beneath the waters, your fingers catch on what you might think be a handle. Cool! Second tries the shot. We got it! You open the hatch and retrieve a ceruleum tank. But it's cold. However, your grand discovery comes at a great personal cost, as you become acutely aware of the freezing cold and rancid odor emanating from every ilm of your body. Julius will doubtless feel compelled to pinch his nose shut when you deliver him your prize. Ugh. Cold. Oh, Julius! Did you find anything? I hope you did. Temperature regulator ceruleum tank. Uncovering hidden treasures and adventurers' bread and butter, though one is not normally required to go elbow deep in ice-cold stagnant pond water to retrieve it. Nevertheless, many would choose that over mowing down hordes of slavering beasts or solving annoying puzzles. That's it! And there's still some ceruleum left! No, the fire's still not ready. Hold on, I'll give Alphino a hand. Oh, you do care! Call me an old Dawn because by fire I am reborn. My clothes are mostly dry now, too. I appreciate you recovering the ceruleum, but I wish you'd taken the time to discuss the plan with me beforehand. Despite the way you've been treated, in Lord Quintus's eyes, you're still envoys deserving of protection. If you were to die on my watch, he would be most displeased. Your concern is duly noted, but all's well that ends well. Julius, you've mentioned coming here with your younger siblings. Did you grow up in Garlemald? I did, not far from here. My father was an accomplished researcher in his youth, and for his contributions to the Empire awarded an estate. We lived well, better than many. What was Garlemald like in those days? Everything. It was everything you could imagine. And so much more. Even during the coldest winters, we always found warmth and comfort at home. Coming in from the snow, taking off your coat and sitting down for a hot meal. With family. Visiting friends and relatives, receiving that same welcome, knowing they had everything they needed. Walking down the street, seeing the lights in all the houses, hearing the faint sounds of laughter and song, of happiness. And although the summers came and went all too quickly, in that brief respite the ice would melt and the forgotten grass make its triumphant return. Grey clouds gave way to blue skies. Some mornings we'd climb to the top of the tallest building we could find to watch the sunrise. Never again. Those rooftops are rubble, those friends dead, and those memories. But if I could reclaim even a fraction of what we once had. Soon our chance will come. We just need to hold on a little longer. Well, I got some nice gloves out of the deal! Now that the fire is burned out, Julius is ready to move on. Alright, now that you've recovered from your escapades in the pond, there's another location I'd like to search. Just outside the park. Well, in that case... Bloop. Oh, excuse me. Looks like there's a significant cutscene here. As you can see, this place is littered with the remnants of various types of war machina. While my comrades and I have already recovered the tanks from the less damaged units, those that took a more severe beating are harder to scavenge. We decided to save those for another time. That time being now. Rather than prise them apart piece by piece, it would be quicker to remove the outer casing using compact explosives. With luck, we'll gain access to the tanks without rupturing them. Though the force generated by these devices is relatively weak, I would advise you stand well clear to avoid being hit by any shrapnel. Before even bothering, though, you should check the Machina's ceruleum gauge to see if there's any left. It should still provide an accurate reading even when the unit itself is inactive. If the gauge is broken, I'll let you decide whether to use an explosive or not. Should you need more, come to me. Understood. Let's get to work. According to ceruleum gauge, this unit's fuel tank is empty. Giving you no way to determine how much fuel its tank may hold. We'll hold that for later. Also, no way to tell. Fuel tank is empty. Nothing. Nothing over this way. There's that purple hole again. It's gone. What the fuck? That can't be a mistake. Well, might as well use it. Find it completely empty. There's another one where the reading was broken over here. I think it was the right one. Yeah. It's half full or half empty, depending on one's perspective. Either way, Julius will surely be pleased by your discovery. More explosives? Wait, is that what I think it is? War Machina Ceruleum tank. Not only did this tank survive the attack that disabled the War Machina in which it was installed, it also escaped the blast of your explosives unscathed. If medals for outstanding service were awarded to inanimate objects, this champion among Ceruleum tanks would surely deserve one. You've done it again! Truly, luck is on your side! With this, we should be able to refuel quite a few of our heaters. It's time we headed back. Wait here while I go see how Alizé and Alphino are faring. Alright, time to wait. For quite a while, it looks like. All by myself. Oh.
Finally escaped the watchful gaze of your keepers, have we?
Ooh, Thancred.
Don't react. You'll only draw attention to us. Just carry on as you are and listen. After you left with the Garlean lad, Lucia bade a few of us scouts follow you at a discreet distance.
Okay.
We observed you being led into the station, but decided against venturing inside. When you emerged sometime later, and we saw that the twins were sporting Magitech collars, it was clear what had taken place. Now, as quietly as you can, tell me everything.
You're right over my shoulder, aren't you?
The Legatus himself, eh? Now there's a surprise. This is also the first I've heard of a plan to join forces with the 10th and storm the Tower of Babel. An interesting development, and perhaps the opportunity we've been waiting for. Our comrades back at the camp also received some rather promising news, but it's still too early to get our hopes up. For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Guardians make, indulge them.
Yes, sir.
With luck, this will all be over soon. Until then.
They had not gone far.
Cool.
We searched high and low, but no luck, I'm afraid. I might have guessed you'd be the only one to find anything.
I wasn't expecting much to begin with. Eventually, there will be nothing left out here for us to safely salvage.
Yeah, unfortunately.
For now, this will have to suffice. We should return to the station.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, there you are. Heard you'd gone hunting for ceruleum above ground. Brought back a king's ransom?
Hardly. But thanks to these three, we have enough to last a little while longer.
Well, well. It's not at all what I was expecting, these ones. For savages, they seem positively docile.
Hey, don't call us that.
It's a poor attempt at humor.
Good.
In all honesty, I'm grateful for your efforts. But even with another night of warmth, there are those among us who may not live to see the morrow.
I trust your expedition was fruitful.
Lord Quintus!
Use what you procured to refuel the armor.
Sir, what about the heaters for the camp?
The time for action is upon us.
What's going on?
My men and I have matters to discuss. In the meantime, you are to wait here. Do not forget, you are being watched.
The armor.
The time for action. What did he mean by that?
Who are they attacking and why?
I can only speculate. Clearly something requiring their magitech, given what we just heard. Whether they plan to utilize it now, or after they join with the 10th, is another question.
This is wrong.
Will they ever escape this cult? Return to and reclaim the idyllic spaces of which Euless spoke?
Euless. Okay, his name's Euless.
Finished your war, Council?
Alphino and Alizé to stay here as our prisoners. They will be released once your comrades have relinquished their supplies and withdrawn from Garlean soil. Until our terms are met, they will be detained at a separate location.
everything we've said and done. This is how you treat us.
I mean, it doesn't look like Euless wants to do this. This is orders.
Our allies have but limited supplies. They may stave off cold and starvation for a short while, but what then?
For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them.
Everything will be alright. Have faith.
Get them out of here.
Euless. Alphino and Alizé will be fine, providing they do not resist. Fuck, man! Alea lacta est. Once again, Euless has been entrusted with an unenviable task. You will accompany me back to your camp, where I will meet with your leader and present Lord Quintus's demands. Before we depart, however, there is something I would ask of you. Assuming your contingent complies, the supplies they surrender will need to be transported here. The task falls to Legionnaires Marcellinus and Octavia, who will pilot Magitech armor to your headquarters. You are to inform them that we are leaving shortly. Tell them to ask the eel for further details. In those words. Once you've seen to that, meet me by the exit. There's one of those purple portals as before. What the fuck are those things? I'm not going to look it up because I'm afraid it's spoilers and that's going to be answered at some point, but come on. You again. Ask the eel, he said. So, that's to be the way of it. After all this. How ironic that you should be the one to deliver the news. If those are my orders, then so be it. For the glory of Garlemald. Is someone? What you up to? Is this person just AFK? That's fucking weird. Vivius Zelnoa. What do you want with me? Ask the eel. So Lord Quintus has reached a decision. I knew he would understand, that he would recognize the savage as a ruthless, merciless creature, and to defeat him, we too must be uncompromising. I am ready. In the name of Emperor Varys, for the glory of Garlemald, I will fulfill my duty. Are they being tempered? What the fuck is happening here? Also, is that person still there? do. Have you done as instructed? Their duties involve more than transportation of supplies, don't they? Duty is rarely a simple thing. We have been given additional orders, though whether we will be required to follow them depends entirely on your contingent. You and I are in this together now. Like it or not, we have to cooperate. There's one other matter. A place I'd like to visit on the way to your camp. It's a short walk from here. Follow me. Excuse me. Hello. Euless lingers by the ruins, reluctant to leave and reluctant to stay, unable to move on. Is this your house? This is your house, isn't it? Where you and your siblings grew up.
This is my home. Our home.
Yeah. I guessed as much.
At least it was, until that night. I was with Lord Quintus when the capital fell, and thus spared. My family, who did not own a radio, were less fortunate. When dawn came, I made my way here. My parents, my little brother and sister, they were still inside. But they weren't themselves, and they tried to. And I had to.
You defended yourself, buddy.
I'd promised to take them away from the capital that very morning, to somewhere safe, to hide until the fighting stopped. I promised. The Garlean flag bears a chain, the bonds between our countrymen. A red link at its center, the blood of the fallen. Our loved ones who lived and died for Garlemald. But if she too fell, who would be left to remember them and their sacrifice? What enduring proof would there be that they were ever here? If we had turned to your gods, would they have saved us?
sorry, forget I spoke.
Give him a hug. Come on.
We should go.
It's no use.
Believe me, I do not enjoy being here any more than you. But he wanted us to play along, so that is what we will do.
So cold.
Painfully so. Unbearably.
I've been thinking about what Quintus said. About why no one would accept Garlean rule. Irreconcilable differences. When coexistence isn't an option, only conquest remains. Varys at Gimlet said much the same. Only by uniting the world beneath a single standard would we rid ourselves of the Ascians. United as one people, one race cleansed of imperfections. A cold and unforgiving vision. And when we fail to live up to their standards, what place is there for us in their world? But the truly sad, truly frustrating thing is how damnably similar it all is to the lofty ideals of Father and the Forum. Non-intervention. Always non-intervention. Protect our knowledge and our people, and to hells with the rest of you. And yet, I can see how it happened. Varys and Father looked to their elders for guidance and took their virtues as their own. But for this world was of their making. In who else could they place their trust? All of us lost in a sea of chaos, searching desperately for purpose and meaning. But it shouldn't just be an extension of another's. It has to be ours. It has to be. We all have a stake in this world. No one should be silenced.
I won't deny that we lack the experience of people such as Father or Quintus. Perhaps they've come to see the world as a series of problems, and the most efficient way of solving them, to reduce everything to fundamental forms. A stone is a stone, a cloud, a flower, no more than that. Simple descriptions that strip the subject of distinguishing characteristics. A man is a man, divided according to race, creed, or allegiance, and to some, defined by such associations.
Is that what you think?
In my misbegotten youth. But what I believed wisdom was no more than aggressive ignorance. I've since learned to look beyond the banners and the politics. To see people as individuals with their own hopes and dreams. As for my dream of building a better world, well, every day I'm reminded that it is far more complex than I had ever imagined. But it only spurs me onward. To find the wisdom and the strength to see it through to the very end.
Higher, oh higher. falls into...
All of our supplies and an immediate withdrawal. These are your conditions.
Demands. And you forgot about the airship. Once again, you will leave one behind. It will be used to return the prisoners. Their collars will be removed prior to the exchange.
So in the end, not even Father's expertly worded rhetoric could deter you from your chosen course.
Huh?
Not that I thought for a moment that it would. I've no love for violence, of course, but ours is a cause worth fighting for. I just wish he'd realize it too. Sometimes the only way to protect the ones you love is to take a stand, to refuse to suffer in silence. I want you to know I share your conviction. Whether it be on the battlefield or in the debating chamber, I won't back down. I guess what I'm saying is...
You've found your own reason to fight.
Oh.
Yes. Yes, I have. God's willing, there will come a day when we can finally lay down our arms, and there will be peace.
So this is Alizé's character arc.
Until the Telophoroi have been defeated once and for all.
But there's no guarantee it'll even end there.
We'll have a vital part to play. By your words and deeds, you'll lead the way.
I pray I am up to the task.
There'll always be naysayers. Those who think us fools for even trying. It's easy for learned elites to criticize earnest efforts and assert their moral superiority, all without offering alternatives. Not that their sophistry has ever wounded you. So stubborn and strong. Stronger than you even know. Don't ever change, you hear me? If you stumble, I'll be there to catch you. Or give you a thick ear. Maybe both, for good measure.
Thank you, Alizé.
Oh, fuck, hello. Stinian! Alright!
The scouts have secured Alizé and Alphino. Their collars were removed without complication as well.
Good. We'll move forward now. Come on,
They
there we go.
report no casualties. Not for their party, nor the guards, who will wake from their premature slumber in due course.
It would appear the situation has changed. I propose new terms. We have information that will be of great interest to Lord Quintus, and I wish to speak with him in person.
No. In the event you rejected our first proposal, we came prepared with a second.
Oh no, this is what they were talking about, weren't it?
Ambush!
More are coming! Make ready!
Alright, if it's a fight they want, the fight they'll have.
The loyal soldiers of the First Legion, proud servants of Garlemald, of the fallen Emperor Varys, shall safeguard these lands from the barbarian hordes until our countrymen return! Stop! Both of you!
Oh shit, what's going on?
This child may be the worst emissary I've ever seen.
We received an urgent communication from the Grand Company of Eorzea. Envoys from the Imperial Army, led by members of the 10th Legion, came to Alamigo and requested an audience. They explained that their efforts to coordinate the reclamation of the capital with the aid of the 4th, 5th, 8th, and 12th had ended in failure. Communication between most legions has broken down entirely. Most of the 10th's conscripts have deserted, leaving their forces severely depleted. That is why, unable to continue the fight on their own, they and their allies turned to the Grand Company of Eorzea for aid.
Oh, okay.
Lies. Every word.
It is the truth, and I have not finished. The 10th has requested that we deliver a message to Lord Quintus. Have the ill stand down.
You have been listening, my lord? What are your orders?
Inform her that we will honor the 10th's decision. Bereft of hope, and now dignity. I release you from your duty. All of you. I take solace, your radiance, in the knowledge you are not here to witness our debasement. 'Twas a grand, glorious dream we shared. Of a world united, of peace and prosperity. We are ghosts, you and I, memories of days gone by. Bonds forged in blood that I will not see tarnished.
Quickly! We have to reach the station before it's too late.
If there is still a chance that Quintus will agree to a truce, we must take it.
I just hope we get there before he and his men do something rash.
Too late, lady. Unfortunately. Yeah. God fucking damn. What a shit show. Oh my god. I need to pee. I need to go take a fucking walk. Oh my god. I'm going to be right back. I'll be right back. Hello, hello, everybody. I am back. And let's get a move on here. Euless? You'll make no attempt to resist. Okay. Much and more has occurred since last we met. As for determining what comes next, we must speak with Lord Quintus. Oh, well, unfortunately... with the immediate crisis averted, Lucius seeks to gain a clearer understanding of the present situation. Before we proceed, tell me what you know of the First Legion and the disposition of their forces. They're all, hungry, freezing, and pretty much in a shit state. They were preparing for war while the refugees in their care were left to go hungry. A reckless, short-sighted plan that risks the welfare of the people they are sworn to protect. Nevertheless, we cannot compel them to accept our aid. If we were to arrive in force with the intent to do so, we would only incite panic, but perhaps they can be persuaded to follow one of their own. Go with Euless back to the station and have him lead the refugees here. Some may be unwilling or unable to leave, but for the time being I'll take what I can get. Alphino, Alizé, and the scouts sent to extricate them should already be at the station. I'll also have our other comrades in the area lend their support should it be needed. Understood. Alright. I can't teleport there. I think that should be a straight shot on the map here. Oh wow, these guys are just hoofing it. You guys good? And just follow the tracks from here? Actually, let's go with the Fenrir again. I'm seeing a lot of people with their bikes out. Ira and Euless. We arrived just before you did, and too late. Too late for what? What happened? It's Lord Quintus. He took his own life. After the news about the 10th, he relieved us of our duties, then, when he was alone, he... No. No, he wouldn't. Thancred and the others, assisted by the soldiers, have seen to the remains. In due course shall the legatus be afforded a proper burial. He released us from our duty. He wanted us to be free to choose our own fate. Without him to guide us where I have just this moment spoken with Lucia. We are ready to commence the transfer of the refugees here to Camp Broken Glass, should they be willing to accept our aid. Some would rather die, but most of us just want to live. Songs and standards be damned, we just want to live. We'll need to speak with the refugees. They'll have to decide for themselves if they wish to come with us. If any would prefer to stay, we can have supplies brought over for them. It'll be a hard journey for the others, but we'll see they reach our camp safely. Hewless is just losing everybody, isn't he? God, fuck, man. Like, that's gotta be hard. Actually, I kind of want to talk to these people. I do hope the Ilsabard contingent actually makes some kind of difference around here. We'll try our best. To employ healing magics now would likely invite catastrophe, as thou canst attest from thy experiences at Victor's spoils. Indeed, the Garleans view our ability to manipulate ether with the same suspicion that the many Eorzeans do Magitech. At least the pain proves I'm not dead yet. Our pride, our culture, our knowledge, all of it gone. Not quite yet. No matter what may betide... Okay, so she has the same thing to say. Since hearing about Lord Quintus, I'm convinced I've many and more thoughts on the subject. Few can deny he was a man of principle, misguided though he may have been. Everything's going to be alright now. Get out of my ear, will you? I'm exhausted and the last thing I need is your drivel. I'm still trying to get this aetherite working again. If nothing else, we might be able to reach other parts of the city to scavenge for provisions. Best not to dwell on it. Not when there's work to be done. This is where it happened. Why? Hewless is gonna be torn up about this for a while. Graha? Try as we might, any words of comfort we may offer are like to fall on deaf ears. We are but strangers from foreign lands, perhaps in their eyes the very cause of their suffering to begin with. Nevertheless, we mustn't give up. Dosenis? Our leader may be gone and the world may be falling to ruin, but my duty to my people will never change. Such is the life of a soldier. Lady that was here's gone. So was the guy over there. It was only ever a dream, wasn't it? To think we could reclaim it, rebuild it all ourselves. Before this all began, I sent my wife and daughter away to the provinces. If there's a chance I might see them again, I'll take it. So take me. Take me with you. Please. Well, got the Aetherites sorted in the end. All it took was a few adjustments, and now it works as well as it ever did. From what I can tell, the one in Laturum is also functioning as normal. That's where you lot are staying, isn't it? Now that most of us are packing up and leaving this place, I reckon there'll be more use for me and my skills over at your camp. Possibly. There's a mission from Spurious. Okay, well. Ah, it's you. The one who treated me with such kindness. I heard from the others that you're not from around here. I thought you were one of us. Not that it makes much difference now. Purebloods, migrant savages. After a while the words start to lose meaning until all you're left with is anger and fear and hate, and I'm too tired. If you and yours have come to offer aid, I'd be glad to accept. We have much to discuss. Our rescue, the attack on Camp Broken Glass, what we'd hoped to talk about with Quintus. But all of that can wait. More urgent matters demand our attention. Are there any refugees willing to come to our camp? Thank the 12. Thank the 12. You and I should go first and secure the route back to Camp Broken Glass. With all the creatures and tempered skulking about, I expect we'll have our hands full. This should come in handy. Conqueror's Chain, courtesy of our laments and friends. I'd save it for the tempered, though. I'll mark a few points that need surveying on your map. Once you've taken care of the riffraff, we'll meet back at our camp. Alright. Alright, let's take care of what needs to be done and move on. Okay. There's the first spot.